And we're live, guys. Oh, fuck. I started out with guys. Okay, stop. Start again. Just stop. Back up. Okay. Non-binary pals, guys and gals. Oh, fuck. That puts girls at the end. Oh, fuck. I can't do this. God damn it. I'm trying to be misandrist here by putting men at the end of the introduction, and it's not working. Alright. Welcome back to the Rogue Room, folks. People. Transgenders. Shall we talk about that? I forgot to turn my little colourful rainbow light on. How's it going, folks? Welcome in. What's happening? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong chat. I've got chat on two different windows here. The way you said transgenders. How's it going, folks? It has been a weekend. Oh, we're starting off with a flex, are we? Okay, I can do that. Speaking of, been watching, because it's leaving Netflix soon, been watching a bit of Avatar: The Legend of Korra. Goddamn, Korra is a juicy looking woman. Holy, like, fucking shoulders on that bitch. Jesus. I'm envious. And mine look kind of the same, so I don't know why. And also these earrings are clanging against my choker like nothing else. Anyway, welcome in, folks. So we've, what have we done? What have we done the past couple of days? Not a whole lot. However, some of you might be pleased to hear that I've made the teeniest, tiniest bit of progress on my next big video. So that should be ready in about 3 to 6 working months. If I expedite the process a bit. Korra really is fitness goals. Holy shit. Jacked. Mine are better. I mean, you can make a comparison, you know, if you just... How was my weekend? My weekend was pretty chill, pretty cruisy. I didn't get up to a whole lot. I will say this, though. I spent a bit of time on either Saturday or Sunday night. I don't think it was Sunday night, was it? No, Saturday night. Definitely Saturday night. Returning to God of War, the PS4 one. Because I want to try to take some time to chill out and relax and play video games again. But I don't want to play the same ones. I've played Dark Souls 3 to death. I've played Bloodborne to death. I've played all the other games that I actually enjoy. So I'm trying to branch out and play new ones or things that I haven't played before. Because God of War was on... Oh no, I bought it for like $12. It was cheap for like $12 recently. And I thought I'd try it and I thought I would enjoy it and I'm just not. I don't know what, it's just dull. It's not interesting. The gameplay doesn't grip me and my sword is not in the shot. Hold on. What kind of a sword lesbian succubus leaves her sword out of the shot? What the hell? Anyway. At any rate. Oh, okay, we're back. I don't know. I don't get this game. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to get back into gaming because, you know, since I've pivoted largely away from it with my streams, I don't game anywhere near as much as I used to because my streams used to be nothing but gaming. I used to just stream Souls games and Minecraft and I went to say Dragon Hunter. That's not a series, at least not in the West. Monster Hunter. Used to play a bit of Monster Hunter. I played a bit of Conan Exiles. I liked it enough. Quite frankly, what I played of Valheim I liked more. But I suppose Conan Exiles has been out longer and probably has more features in it. But, you know, I've been trying to dip my toes back into gaming and playing God of War. I'm just thinking, it looks nice. There's definitely something of substance there. But to my mind, I'm just like, really, Sony? This is one of your system selling exclusives? So I'm not impressed. Like, the story's okay, but the gameplay is just so bogged down in mediocrity that it can't grasp my attention for long enough to see the better story beats that supposedly come up later on. So, I don't know. I found a very fitting burger place on Uber Eats. It's called Burgatory. Theme restaurants sound odd. I mean, I can dig it. If you can make it work, I can dig it. I feel like those kind of themed restaurants would work best in a city where you'd have a much larger clientele than if you were to try to build something like that in a small town. Because, you know, I don't know why I say that. I don't know anything about restaurant business. The burgers are named after biblical names and different sins. Awesome. You wish the Rockstar community wasn't so awful because you do love GTA still. I mean, a lot of people do, but when I noticed... Zara, thank you for the head pats, which are awkward with the headband, but thank you for the head pats. What I noticed today was that GameSpot posted a tweet saying that Rockstar has said they're delaying GTA 5 on next-gen consoles until March of next year. And I'm like, delaying what? The game's been out for 8 years. What are you delaying? How can you delay a game that everyone's already finished? I'm sorry? I don't get this, and I don't get why people are accepting it. I know why people are accepting it, because gamers are a bunch of simpletons, basically. They're a bunch of very, very simple people. They don't think much. They're just like, oh, I get to play GTA and it's got the prettier graphics! Sweetheart. I say this as somebody who has bought Dark Souls on Xbox 360, and then PS3, and then PC, then PS4. I almost got it on Switch. Also, basically the same thing for Skyrim and Minecraft. Why do they keep releasing GTA? Why do people keep buying GTA over and over again? I look amazing, thank you kindly. Also, this look is actually inspired by one of my favorite Dark Souls 3 facial styles that you can sort of set up. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm in the same boat, folks. It's like, this will be the 3rd generation for GTA 5, and I'm so confused. Yeah, it's like, I get that the main issue primarily seems to be that video games in the AAA space, and it feels like, remember recently ish, Ubisoft said they wanted to make Beyond Good and Evil 2 the first quadruple A game, whatever the fuck that means. I feel like we're already there. Whatever AAA is, we've gone beyond that. And now stuff like GTA is basically quadruple A. It's like AAA are very expensive, very detailed games already. Quadruple A are just that plus a ton of money milking on top of it. I don't know how you would define quadruple A, but basically the games are just getting more and more expensive. And there was an article I would like to go over recently, which was by, I think, an economist or something like that, talking about how the games industry is only going to, like, video gaming itself is only going to get more and more expensive. Games are going to get more expensive. Consoles are going to get more expensive. And I'm like, I'm looking completely forward to getting priced out of this industry entirely. Great. I look forward to it. If the games are as trash as GTA 5 and God of War, I look forward to it. I don't care anymore. Think they'll charge $70 for it on next gen? It's Rockstar. Of course they will. I mean, yeah, Minecraft is a good thing to stick with, honestly. I am fully in this boat of, like, I know Minecraft does have microtransactions in some capacity, but I have never in my life felt any compulsion to go look at them. They've never been thrust in my face. You know, but games have just, like, very, very rapidly, especially over the last, maybe just the last generation or the last 2 generations, have skyrocketed in terms of budget and in terms of, well, yeah, like I've mentioned, like the mainstream AAA scene is very much, you know, pricing certain gamers out. So it's like, if you want to keep up with the gaming industry, you need to be very, very well off. Anyway, come in here, thrust in my face. No comment. At any rate, you know, technically speaking, I mentioned before, I could afford a PS5, but I'm not going to buy one. I almost refuse to at this point. I want to play Demon's Souls, but and I want to play Elden Ring, preferably on the new tech. But by the same token, I'm just like, it's just so unreasonably expensive to look forward to these things anymore. Forks, there you go. Enjoy that one. For profits, I mean, yeah, that's really it, isn't it? I'm not saying anything revelatory here. The games industry is rife with this kind of thing. Don't know why people still get consoles when you can use controller on PC and also do everything else on that same PC. Exclusives! Well, there's 2 reasons. Exclusives are one, and you can buy a console and it can last you through that generation of games. Whereas you can buy a PC and, generally speaking, it's a bit of a money sink, because you'll buy the PC with the components and all of that, but then a new game's coming out, and if you wanted it the best performance to get the best of the graphics, 60 FPS and 8K and all that, 120 FPS, I don't fucking know what gamers want these days, then you would have to sink even more money into it. Kiara, enjoy that look. If people didn't buy as many consoles, then exclusives would die out. Not necessarily. As we've seen with the Epic Game Store... Sorry, I'm just going to fix my glove here. It's annoying me. as we've seen with the existence of the Epic Game Store, like, exclusivity doesn't really go away. Also, EA does this to an extent, although I think they've weaned off it a little bit. You know, you can still get exclusivity deals that's just they'd be software instead of hardware. Had your 970 for years and it worked perfectly for 6 years. Well, that's good. That's good. That's what you want to hear. That's what we want. We want tech that lasts, right? But the people behind the video games industry want to keep pushing the tech harder and harder and further so that, you know, they're creating things that are unreasonably expensive. The only reason the games industry is getting more and more expensive is because they want it to get more and more expensive. Because the more money that they have to sink into it, the more money they have to charge you to get into things, into gaming in the first place. So it's just going to cost more and more and more. And need I remind you of, like, you know, the same kind of thing with, you know, just buy a house. People want to buy a house. Why aren't millennials buying houses? Because they're not getting paid as much comparatively as people were 50 years ago. Houses are significantly more expensive now. It's the same kind of thing. It's like, it felt like gaming has gone the same route, which wouldn't shock me by any stretch of the imagination. Spell Kaleidoscope. Get the fuck out of my chat. Thank you kindly. I'm done with modern games. Sold your PC and you're running a Raspberry Pi 4 for emulation and a Switch for Minecraft. That sounds good to me. I mean, it sounds pretty good. As a gamer, you can confirm you sunk about 4,000 on your setup, not including games. PS4 was 250 and it runs everything you want to play great. Well, there you go. I mean, the thing that annoys me the most. Oh, I did hear a bit about the Epic and Apple Corp battle. I did not hear the full news. We can have a look at that, though. Yeah, I'm already 100% better than you, whoever the fuck you are, nobody on the internet. So where were we? Guess you do so many other things on your PC, like modeling, production, etc., that it seems redundant to not use it for gaming too, since it's powerful. The thing that I worry about, though, as somebody who produces, joining the 100% of trolls getting banned. The thing that annoys me about, like, or not annoys me, the thing that worries me about using my PC as my editing machine, as well as generally speaking my gaming machine. And I don't know what the worry is here. I might be just, like, blowing it out of proportion. But, like, certain games on my PC that I feel like my card should run just fine. DMC5, Outer Wilds. There's probably a few others that are, like, more recent, more intensive games. Outer Worlds as well, I think, did this. Well, at Minecraft with shaders. My graphics card gets really loud, and I really don't want it to get really loud. You know, and that's what scares me, is like I use my PC to edit and then render videos, which takes up a lot of whatever, like, magic energy that these reformed rocks are using, or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't understand technology. I just know that I'm worried that one day it's just gonna fucking break for no reason, and I don't know why. Resources, yeah. Look a bit like it. Yeah, as long as you aren't rendering videos and running Minecraft with shaders. No, yeah. Like, generally speaking, if I'm rendering a video, I'm not doing anything else. Because if I'm rendering, my next video is going to be pretty long. Probably about 45 to 50 minutes. And when I'm rendering that one, I'm going to be, like, starting the render in the morning and not touching my PC till the end of the day, probably. It's going to take a while. I am pretty creepy. I should do something with my eyebrows so they're creepier, you know. Anyway, I'm enjoying starting off the stream just talking about video gaming. It's pretty cool, pretty pog, pretty cute, pretty chill, pretty vibe. I'm just trying to fix my hair up a little bit. I want a little bit of hair hanging down here. Speaking of the title, we've got some news. We've got some LGBTQ news. It has become difficult to contain your thirst. Good. That's what I want. That's what I want. I need more glovelet things like this. Whatever these are called. Arm warmers. I need more things like this. I look so fab. Thank you kindly, Punky Gal. Thank you kindly. I try my best. Hello, Thea Thorborg. How's it going? Welcome in. We're just sort of chatting games at the moment. Chatting game technology. I will admit, though, I will say this, that it's raining pretty heavily at the moment. I don't know if you can hear that, but I'm sure you saw that tweet by now of that dickhead who was like, oh my god, they're reusing the boat pushing animation from God of War in God of War Ragnarok. It's like they do that all the time in numerous different game series. It's not some revelatory thing that people are reusing animations. What's hilarious, though, is that every single person on the platform dragged that dude. Absolutely shattered his asshole. And you go to his Twitter feed and he's bragging about it. It's like, oh, look, the video I posted got so many million views. It's like, yeah, because we're mocking you, jackass. You didn't win. Everyone's making fun of you. How many ways are there to push a boat, right? Yeah, exactly. Hello, Epo. Yeah, I'd be worried if my GPU died. I'd be terrified. I don't know what I would do. Because, like, I can't afford to replace it. That's my main thing. It's like, I suppose there's probably a lot of gamers out there who can afford to replace tech if it breaks. They could afford to replace graphics cards or fans, CPUs, whatever. I couldn't, you know. I guess that's why I'm worried of, like, losing my PC or my PS4, like, spontaneously burning out one day or something. I don't know. My PS4 is, like, my main gaming console, you know. You have a spare 1070 Ti. I wonder what that compares to my... What are my specs? Hang on. And yeah, you can't even get GPUs right now. What's my graphics? What's in there? My graphics is an RTX 2070 WindForce. There we go. RTX 2070. Can anyone afford GPUs? Expensive rich people with lots of money. What do you call a sea craft that exclusively delivers potatoes and is captained by a man named Richard? A dictatorship. Hang on. Oh, that's the wrong one. No. Where is it? That's the wrong button. Where is it? Yo, where's my rim shot? Bro. There we go. You get that one. You get that one. Sunk your first paychecks into your PC because basically live your life on it. So if you're going to spend on anything... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, this is kind of... I'm annoyed with myself. I'm really annoyed with myself. Because boob fund is boob fund. We've been raising funds for my breasts. For my breast augmentation. And that's always been the goal. And we've raised a ton of money for that. And I appreciate all of it. But I can't deny the fact that I'm really passionate about content creation. And I really want to get a new camera that's like high fidelity and records in good quality and all that kind of thing. Plus a lav mic. And I'm like, I could technically afford it, but I'm not touching the boob fund. It's a big goal. It's an unreasonably big goal. Like, this is 8,849 was the quote they gave me in July or June. Not June. July? I think it was July. And they said, we'll give you this quote, which will last till the end of the month. So that quote's probably even out of date now. If I went and I called them up and I'm like, oh, okay, I want to schedule the BA now, they'll probably say, oh, it's $11,000. I don't know why, but you know. But yeah, I'm just kind of like, we've raised a ton of money for that. And I'm really still very... I hate that I'm really tempted to take money out of that to go buy this camera. Because that's the only real savings I have. But I don't want to do that. Because I feel like it would be dishonest to do that kind of thing. You know? Like it would. It legitimately would be. And I'm a financially irresponsible person. So by not touching it, I'm trying to be as financially responsible as I can. Anyway. How did King Neptune feel when Ariel left the sea? He was beside himself. We love boobs. It is a big goal. It is a big goal. Got to schedule your BA pre-appointment. Pre-appointment? It'll be free. Oh, that's good. I think my pre-appointment, which is like... I think you mean the one where you go in and you discuss it, right? Mine was going to be the $1,000 deposit or something. Or it's like $300 for the appointment, but that gets taken out of the total cost. It's ridiculous. Hello, Skylar. How's it going? Pre-op. Okay. What's up, Arkins? How's it going? Got lucky with your cam. Your fiance is a photographer, so you get to use her nice DSLR. Ooh, very nice, very nice. I think my mum has a DSLR somewhere. I need to see if I can steal it off her, maybe. Because, yeah, I want to record in, like, high quality video footage. But I'm also missing a lav mic, which I would need to hook into the thing. I don't know if she has a specifically... I don't know if she specifically has a camera that can hook a mic into it. You know, that would be the goal. It's only dishonest if you don't discuss it with your community, which is true. I mean, that's true. And I've mentioned it a few times, you know. I've mentioned it a few times now. I still feel bad about the idea. So I've been holding off mainly out of guilt. I could change the goal. I could suspend this goal, start a new goal for a camera. Please remember to sub off Twitch. Because there was discussion around the sub pricing, and did we discuss this last week? There was discussion around the sub pricing, local sub pricing, and the, what's it called? This new system they've got in place where I'm having a look at it right now so I can tell you what exactly it is. The creator revenue adjustment incentive, right? Which is where they give you, based on your existing kind of average stream time, to adjust to the new pricing model. So local, so sub prices in my region have gone down by $1. So they've gone from $8.99 down to $7.99, and because of that, they're also saying they've done this thing called like an adjustment revenue. Let me see if I can find it. A revenue adjustment, sorry. Let's see if I can find it here. Here, this thing. And this was something we were going to talk about. As part of an initiative to help creators transition to regional subscription pricing, Twitch has decided to offer eligible creators certain payments in excess of fees and other agreed upon payments. So Twitch determines eligibility for adjustment incentive payments at its sole discretion, and account holders' eligibility will be determined based on criteria set by Twitch, which may include the dates on which the account holder became partner or affiliate. Blah, blah, blah. That's not really all that relevant. Calculation. Adjustment incentive payments will be based on the difference between an account holder's actual subscription revenue in a period, actual revenue, and a separate amount, baseline revenue, that Twitch may determine at its sole discretion. I think basically what they're trying to say is, like, if you've been making X amount of money last month or the month before, or whenever they instituted the pricing changes, as the pricing changes tick over, they're saying, well, we'll give you a revenue adjustment to basically bring your revenue up to what it used to be. We'll sub in the rest of that if you happen to lose money from people paying less, technically. And it's a really stupid thing. It's like, you could just pay us more, Twitch. You don't need to take 50%, realistically speaking. I'm just saying. Really wanted to get boobs on your third year HRT, was just really lucky in the genetics lottery and got nice, only slightly crooked C cups from just the hormones. I mean, that's good. That's good. I like those HRT titty success stories. Both? Why not both? I mean, here's the thing. Like, if you were going to sub on Twitch, I would prefer you sub on either. I've got Fan House, which is not safe for workplace, by the way. Patreon, Coffee, or you can do Streamlabs monthly tipping option, or you can just tip directly through any of those options. Hugs. I have to, how do I do this? It's a sympathetic, sorry. Hang on. Hang on. What was it? I was going to read something. Hang on, I missed this. Okay, so you're not really excited because your parents going to a thing about queer being a sin, and you're forced to come and say, oh, it'll be good for you. Oh my god. Give me just a sec. I'll just be back in just a sec. Okay, I'm here. Alright, fine. Here's hugs. Okay? Thank you for the hugs, Kayla. So let me have a look. Yeah, okay, Skylar, that's atrocious. That sounds bordering on conversion therapy kind of stuff. Like, oh, just basic. Oh.
I'm a shoot for a triple D and my boss when they're all said and done.
Sounds good, Punky. Sounds good. Thank you for the 100 biddies. But yeah, like that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry your parents are doing that to you more. That's the real thing. It's like, no, I hate that it'll be good for you shit. I hate that idea that parents try to foist upon their children, or that adults try to foist upon children, that this thing that makes that child uncomfortable is going to better them in some way. As if children and teenagers and young adults and all of that, who are still sort of coming into their own, cannot determine their own identities, cannot understand themselves. I loathe and detest that kind of attitude. Why can we not allow people to discover themselves, right? Let me have a look. Does Amazon really need that $250 from creators who aren't Ludwig and XQC? Well, I suppose they base that on the fact that technically, hypothetically speaking, any streamer could get as big as Ludwig and XQC and whoever else. Hypothetically. So by locking in that sort of baseline, every streamer, unless you're at a certain point and can renegotiate your contract, which I've heard has been a bit iffy lately. Like, by locking it in, it's like, oh, you're going to expect from the get-go that you're going to get 50% of whatever anybody subs for. You realize that later on, it's like, yeah, you could make a lot of money if you get to a big point, but you should have that expectation that no matter how big you get, Twitch is still going to take a significant cut, which is, again, why, in my view, if you are going to sub or do anything on this channel, please use Fanhouse, Patreon, Streamlabs monthly tips, whatever. Do one of the other options, please. I think bigger streamers, it depends. Certain bigger streamers are able to renegotiate, but I think there are also certain streamers who are not as big as the top dogs, who were previously able to renegotiate and then had their negotiated terms revoked, basically, for no reason. This was a little while back. There were a bunch of partnered streamers who had like negotiated 70-30, so they got 70%, Twitch got 30%. And Twitch just said, nah, fuck it, we're taking that off here. And then went back to 50% for no reason. And they sign a contract when they do that. So it's like Twitch just breaking contracts out here like nobody's business. Anyway. Partnership is automatically 55 but can go as high as 70. There you go. Sad how few people actually have OF. Like you have a page that is nothing but pictures of your pet cat, but people don't have an account to follow it. It's even free. Pictures of the cat is good. This stuff that's clearly abuse will somehow be beneficial to you because my parents did it to me and I don't know. That's pretty much it, isn't it? It's scary. It's actually legitimately unsettling. I shouldn't be smiling. It's actually a legitimately awful thing that... we talked about abuse last week. We did. We went over this whole thing, and it's the same kind of concept as, you know, people who are indoctrinated into these religious institutions from childhood, and they're taught from childhood that this is the best way for you, and a lot of the time it is sold to the kid as like, this is bad, but it's also good, and it'll toughen you up, and it'll instill your faith in the Lord or something. I don't know. But they put this notion into the heads of those children that the suffering that you will go through and the doubt of your own identity and all of these things are actually really good things for building character. When in reality, it's the boys don't cry problem. How many young boys are taught, you know, not to cry, if they scrape their knee, they get up, they dust it off and get over it. They don't burst out into tears because that's pussy shit. And then what happens when you keep telling little boys not to cry over and over again? They grow up into emotionally stunted, detached men. And it's the same thing that happens with any of these other little institutions like religion. It's not a little institution. But, you know, with any of these other things where, like, you can mold a child into whatever you want them to be. But if there is something innate to them that you try to repress, it leads to awful, toxic things down the line. You know. Anyway. Fuck Amazon, you only sub with Prime because Prime is still €3 in the Netherlands. Well, there you go. Twitch really trying to prove they're a shit company. There was the lawsuit recently, we will say that. There was the lawsuit about the hate raiders. They supposedly found 2 people that they believe to be hate raiders that they're going to try to sue them. I don't know how they're going to go with that, and the thing that I worry about is, like, what's it even going to do at the end of the day? Do these people even have money? What's Twitch going to do if they get money off those hate raiders? What's the situation here? What's going to happen? Is this going to fix the problem? I don't think it is. Oh, glad to be born in Denmark. Don't have that religious fanatical culture very much. Well, that's good. The thing that on a similar notion, excuse me. Here in Australia, TERFs aren't really a big thing, right? But I recently read a thread on Reddit about how somebody spotted a small TERF rally, like some people marching in the streets in somewhere here in Australia. And, just like for the longest time, I'd observed the TERF movement from the safety of this country, looking at like the UK and the US largely. And now I'm getting worried that we're going to start seeing more and more of these gender-critical types cropping up in Australia and influencing policy and things like that. It's already like it's a scary thing that's already been sort of happening in the vein of like One Nation's education bill that they're trying to push, where they are attempting to change legislation so that things like gender identity and diverse sexuality cannot be taught in schools. The TERFs are having a go in NZ because of the BDMRR. What's that? There is a bot now that auto-bans the bots. I've heard of that one. And it also seems like there is a... I don't know if it's just me, but I've noticed on my channel at least over the past 4 streams. So from here till like last Wednesday. I've noticed like I haven't gotten a hate raid. I've gotten like one of the hate raid trolls, I think. Like there was one of the hotspots or whatever's going on. Like one of them followed me, but I have my follow alerts turned off. So and I've had them turned off for a while, and they're not going back on. I had one of those bots follow me, and they just I banned them, blocked them, and I never got any further follows. And they followed me while I was offline. So I don't know if I've just like I don't know what's going on with the hate raiders. I'm assuming they might have found a few specific targets and they're latched onto those for right now. But it is still weird that, for a while we were getting them really consistently and now they've just stopped. I don't know what's going on. Feels like the calm before the storm kind of thing. TERFs have been around since before you transitioned, but they seem much more railed up. Yeah, they're definitely fired up lately. For whatever reason. Probably because of the fact that there are numerous big talking heads. That, namely Joanne, but other certain people have been, gaining some traction in the TERF movement, generally speaking. Like, when there was that whole Maya Forstater thing, which, of course, brought J.K. Rowling out of the closet as a big old TERF. That was sort of a signifier. It's like, oh, they're going to oppress our free speech in the workplace. We can't express our beliefs that trans women are actually men in dresses and the makeup and the blah, blah stereotypes. All that kind of bullshit, Get followed all the time over and over. They don't show up on lists. Don't click on their profiles. It's very likely they have some kind of IP tracking extension because that was a thing a little while back. I don't know what that could actually get them. I don't know where that could lead. But still, just to be on the safe side, don't check their profiles. And if you can... This is a bit of a problem, actually. Let me just find something. Yeah, it's basically a DDoS when you're streaming, is both the hate raids and the follow bots. That's the effective idea. So, there's this thing that I noticed today. It looks like Twitch is currently overloaded from all of you using the follower remover and block list manager. In these cases, a removal is queued on Twitch's end and it can take hours to display. So, if you do get follow botted, you could use Command Root to remove the bots. But at the moment, it seems because there's so much of it going on, Command Root's tools are overloaded and can't really resolve the issue. Which, again, comes back around to the issue of... Twitch needs to step in and do something on the back end that protects every creator on the platform. And whenever, like, this is the thing that annoys me about discussing the hate raids, the follow bots, and all these other things, is there are so many people of the opinion of, oh, just block and ban and move on and deal with it, just use the tools available to you. The problem with that is this kind of technical issue happens when it's happening to so many people on the site. The tools available to us stop working and they're not efficient enough. Twitch needs to implement these kind of protections on the back end and needs to assign people to the job. It needs to be dramatically overhauled. That's my main issue. Is like anyone who's talking about just get over it, just ignore the trolls. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. You like the outfit? Thank you so kindly, Detroit. Got hate rated whilst offline, but apparently it still triggered the Twitch achievements of having 200 people talking at once. I think I got that one. Let me check. I'm pretty sure I got that one relatively recently. I got the one that was like get 100 people chatting at once as a result of one of the hate raid spams that was while I was live. That one was while I was live. And you're absolutely right, Alan Drax. It's like they are not proactive. They're reactive. They don't act before the things happen. They should presume bad things are going to happen, but instead they wait till the bad things happen, and then they take weeks and months to implement any kind of change or even communicate that they're doing anything. And that's one of our significant umbrages with this platform. And the way that they communicate things is just awful. Genuinely awful. Hello, Magic Mia. I am a sexy goth lady. Thank you kindly. I was going to do some like upside down crosses with these things, but I decided not to. Instead, actually, I just realized I've done this wrong. There's a look that I like to do in Dark Souls 3 that features a certain type of face tattoo you can put on your character, and I realized I've actually done it incorrectly. Dang it! These lines are actually supposed to come down from here and come down the sides here. Oh well, I can fix it up and do it another day. Anyway, your insight is if you ever put the word just before advice for a problem that is affecting people on a significant scale, you should probably just not say anything. Agreed. I wonder how these people are finding offline channels because your visibility as offline is almost zero. Good question. It makes me wonder, like, they're probably using some kind of algorithm to detect certain channels. Namely, like, at first it was, namely, BIPOC and queer streamers that were getting affected by this. But especially with the hotspot thing that's going on at the moment, and I feel really bad for the guy who is actually Hoss.
Thank you for continuing your membership.
Mia, thank you so kindly.
Uwu.
Uwu. For the 3-month streak you're on, you legend you. But yeah, it may be the thing that like they're gathering IPs and then they've got some kind of a thing. I don't know. At any rate, yeah, for a while the hate raids specifically were what were they doing? They were targeting minority streamers largely. So queer minorities and people of color were the main targets of the hate raids. And then
the Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
Hey, Watson, thank you for the host. And then, I don't know if this is the same people doing the hotspot thing or if it's another group that's just trying to cause trouble on the platform. But the hotspot follow spam at the moment seems to be affecting people online and offline. And the hate raiders have figured out a way to get into offline channels. And I think it's just because they already know who certain streamers are. And spam awful messages that they can then report themselves. Like they can report you, the streamer, for not moderating your chat when you're offline, and someone has apparently already been banned for this once. I think they got their account back, but realistically speaking, it's like why should we be responsible for moderating our chat when we're not streaming? I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. We should not be held accountable. Keep finding people to follow and expand the reach. Yeah, true. I hate that, like, I can see who's following right now, but I just don't want to acknowledge follow alerts. Like, I want to welcome in everybody who is a new follower here. Thank you so kindly when you are a legitimate person who's enjoying the content. And, like, when I see your new names pop up in my stream dashboard, I do appreciate it. I do appreciate having new faces coming in and saying hi. Hello, Celticness. Is that, did I say it correctly? Because I read it as, like, Celtic, but Celtic. Celticness. Have I got it right? I think. But anyway, welcome in. But yeah, that's one of the things. Like, I like welcoming new folks in, and if you pop up in chat and you say hi, it's a lot easier. But I still have this issue. It's like I'm not turning my follow alerts back on, probably ever at this point, because with these follow bot attacks in particular are probably never going to go away. Excuse me. Cosplaying evil Natalie. Had 3 to 5 follows from Hoss a few weeks ago, even though you haven't been streaming all that regularly. Yeah, it's strange. I don't know what the hotspot thing is. I don't know if they're attached to the hate raiders or not. But yeah, like Kayla said, the guy who Has the confirmed Hoss account on Twitter actually tweeted that he's not that Hoss? Yeah, like, unfortunately, I think the guy locked his Twitter account and has stopped streaming because, you know, everyone is now currently looking at this guy like he's somehow involved. Before that, the hate raiders were posting their awful hate messages in chat and then tagging some Twitter account that I can't remember the name of right now. And when you go and check that Twitter account, it's like it's not really related to anything. It wasn't really specifically attached to anything involving that whole scenario. But anyway, he stopped following everyone as well, as you would, yeah. If I were him, I'd put in for a name change with Twitch and try to make it something unique and just rebrand. I know it sucks, but as far as I know, I checked his account a little while back and he's got like 300 something followers. So it's probably not going to be a huge deal if he changes his name and rebrands. I would recommend that to him personally, but you know, he's probably not going to listen to me. Went live with like 5 viewers and the bots came in and followed me and then also followed all my viewers too. That's worrying. I think that's happened to a few of the streamers who've been particularly affected by, what's it called? 1 month, 23 hours. There you go. Hey. What was I saying? I think Wreck-It Raven and there was that other one that was that other BIPOC streamer who was featured in Jim Sterling's video. I forget, but I think people were saying like they were hanging out in those streams, and as the hate raids were happening, they were getting follows. They were getting hate raid follows. So it's become this weird, like, WoW plagued blood kind of situation. Corrupted blood. Who remembers that? I did a video on that way back before I was Abigail. Well, I was always Abigail. Back when I was pretending to be the other guy, you know? Corrupted blood was terrible, but very interesting as a case study in online pandemics. I will admit, I do love the fact that Blizzard took that and then transformed it into a unique event for Wrath of the Lich King's release. And if they had just kept that, like, honestly, it predicted everything. Yeah, it really it predicted how people would act during COVID. It really did. And that's exactly why it's an interesting case study, is because actual epidemiologists actually studied it and actually observed the behaviors of people as the world was going through this quite literal pandemic. And then again during Wrath of the Lich King, like it's an actually interesting little analysis of that kind of thing. Burger arrived. If the taste of this is sin, I'm a filthy heretic. Feels like a short time of knowing you. It happened to me a while ago. A lesbian friend got hit with a hate raid and we're active in chats. They started bothering me. Yeah, exactly. So this is one of the problems, right? And what are marginalized streamers supposed to do in the event of these things happening, short of blocking and banning them? But when you're getting hit with hundreds of messages at once, hundreds of hate raiders all at once, what are you supposed to do? Just saying, like, you know, block and ban and move on doesn't really work when it's an effective stream DDoS attack. You could move to Altair, but, like, people know what Twitch is the problem. I know some people are checking out Altair, but I'm hesitant to move to a new platform. People have been turning their houses into nightclubs and inviting random people to come party and live out the nightclub scene virtually. That's fucking cool, though, in FF14. I'm honestly kind of shocked in the same sense that WoW never went the route of instituting player housing. I don't know why they never went with that. Apparently that was a plan in Classic. That's why there was that portal that looks like a dungeon portal that was behind like a sewer grate or something. And it was like closed off by a gate and you could never go in there. And apparently that was supposed to lead to a player housing district in Stormwind. And then once they revamped Stormwind with Cataclysm, that was deleted. But yeah, I don't get why WoW never added player housing. It's really bizarre to me. I feel like it would have been a fun little function that could have been yet another, Yet another avenue to sell people shit, but still. TBC Cosplay also, that's super victim blaming, saying like, oh, it's up to you. It is victim blaming, yeah. It's up to you to manage your channel well enough to not have that happen. It's literally victim blaming. It's just putting all the responsibility on the person who is dealing with something they never asked for. You know, it's like, here's the thing. Here's one thing. And there are some news stories I want to get into tonight, but I'm enjoying just like having this conversation rolling off the tongue. But there is at least a couple of stories we'll get into tonight. I once brought up this point of the victim blaming thing in a Facebook streamer group, and mentioned how it's specifically queer streamers and it's specifically BIPOC streamers that are getting hit with these hate raids. You know, getting loads and loads of flagrant, violently racist and transphobic and homophobic messages in chat that are just really awful things. And I mean, if you spend any length of time on the internet, these messages should not surprise you, but it is still hurtful to both, you know, the streamer and the community to see these things and to have that sense of like, this is our safe, comfortable zone taken away from us by these rude, invasive people. And the thing that really irritated the hell out of me is, like, I mentioned to this person I was having this discussion with, that's like, you know, in the moment, it's like a DDoS attack. We don't have control over it. What are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to how are we supposed to deal with this? And the person literally said to me, maybe you should hide the things that people are targeting you for on the internet. Excuse me, son? And this is the issue that they have. Guess what kind of guy it was? I bet you can figure it out. Yes, it was a cishet white guy. And the whole point that he was making is like, here's the issue. He's never had to face that. Oh, I got hugs. Okay. You got hugs. Give me just a sec. Hang on. Just go back in the closet. Yeah, I know, right? Sorry, had to get up something. Yeah. It's like, don't be on the internet. That's another thing. This conversation's great. I love this. This is another thing, Lily of the Boreal Valley. By the way, adore the name, might I just say. Yeah, it's literally the, it's the... Either, like, this is the thing, I mentioned something similar to this, or I mentioned, you know, all the hate that trans people face online, and I mentioned that I'm dealing with all this stuff all the time, and it is a bit mentally taxing, and someone who is now no longer on my Facebook friends list mentioned, oh, that's just the reality of being on the internet. If you can't handle it, if it's too hot, get out of the kitchen. It's like, I'm sorry, but I don't want to do that. And yeah, it's the same thing of like, yeah, I spent far too long in the closet to go back in. Exactly. It's like, I'm out here presenting myself as a transgender person on the internet to provide a space where other transgender people on the internet might come in and feel comfortable and feel cozy and feel welcome for the first time, maybe. Maybe they haven't had a community like this before. Maybe I want to provide that space for them. Maybe I want to be the facilitator of a place where they can feel accepted and welcomed and loved and make friends. But no, because we're dealing with some angry, angsty incels on the internet, we should go and hide who we truly are. Is that what you're telling us? Yes, that is what they're telling us. Because those people who are saying that shit, those victim blamers, never have to face it. And the thing that gets to me in particular is that a significant number of the detractors to those of us who are talking about the hate raids are people who think Twitch is just gaming. So they think it's just, they think like someone like me who's gotten hate raids before, they think I'm just playing Dead by Daylight or something and I could just turn off my mic and camera. Like, I'm not a gaming streamer. And a lot of the other big creators who've been hit with, I say big, but like a lot of the people who are prominent voices in the hate raid discussion, they're not explicitly gaming streamers. They are personalities. This is the key thing. The people who are saying just shut off your camera, shut off your mic, hide who you really are, and all that, be anonymous on the internet, don't realize that the reason they're not getting any viewers is because they're not a personality, because they turn their mic and their camera off, and because they're uninteresting people. We're actually trying to cultivate some kind of interesting space and use what talents we have to create an interesting space, to create a fun and engaging space beyond just playing a video game. Do you see the point I'm trying to make? I think I just sort of rambled on for a bit there, but I did have some cogent points. It just sort of vomited it all at you at once. Spends literal years building my online presence as a trans-disabled activist. Have you tried not showing off your identity? Literally it. It's literally it. Like, the moment you try to stand... Remember the phrase, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything? That's what it is. And the main issue that I have with this argument against it is that it's people who've never experienced this kind of harassment in any capacity telling those of us who have experienced this to just get over it, to just get thick skin. The thick skin thing. I've mentioned this a dozen times. I'm going to mention it a dozen more. It takes significantly thicker skin to stand up and defend yourself than to just try and ignore something and let it wash over you. Okay? Just ignore the trolls. Just get over it. It's not about the trolls themselves. It's about the failings of Twitch to protect its creators. You know? Have you just tried not existing back into the void with you? My pronouns are none. Do not perceive me. I do not exist. Who is just a singer? I'm looking at... I see a mention of JKR and now I'm curious. What happened? Oh, Hatsune Miku. Oh, I see. Today was your first time being targeted with some form of hate for being LGBTQ, and while you're desensitized to it due to the internet being what it is, it still hurt. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. It's like, I want to create a nice space for trans people, queer people of all identities, anyone who feels marginalized. I want this to be neurodivergent people. I don't have neurodivergent in my tags. Sorry. I should. Abigail, who I just see a chair. Hello, Tweedles. How's it going? How you been? The main thing is, like, I want to create a space where those almost specifically marginalized people feel welcome. You know, I want to create a comfortable community for those who are already dealing with this kind of shit, either in their day-to-day life or in their online life or anything. They want a place that's comfy. And that's tricky a lot of the time, especially in the wake of all this kind of stuff. How's everyone going? I've been talking, I feel like I've been talking for a solid hour. We haven't even hit an hour yet. Fox, neurodivergent refers to anyone who is basically not... what's the best way to phrase this? What is the best way to phrase neurodivergent? It's like basically anyone who's got, like, autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, effectively people who... Yeah, not a normie is a good way to put it, but it's a weird term because there are definitely people who function well under the capitalistic society in which we live. They thrive under it, right? We generally refer to those people as neurotypical. Everything that society throws at them, they can adapt and they can get it together and move on with it. That's what we call neurotypical. That's the way I'm going to frame it, is like, under the conditions in which we all typically live, get a job, go study, learn to drive, keep your health and diet in check. I don't know. Like, they just generally speaking, neurotypical people don't have problems with society's general model, right? They can slot into it and they can have a fine time of things. They can succeed, generally speaking. Not saying neurodivergent people can't, but there are a specific set of challenges that neurotypical people do not face, right? That neurodivergent people do, or neurodivergent people thrive only under very specific circumstances. And in a lot of cases, neurodivergent people struggle with a lot of different things that everybody else expects them to just get over. So neurodivergent people, generally speaking, are misunderstood and thought to be either lazy or delusional or any number of things, you know. And if they pursue a certain avenue of career, like, I want to turn this into a career one day, people will say shit like, I'll go get a real job, you know, and nonsense like that, you know. Hello, Andrea. How you doing? LGBTQ plus. Well, that's... You could argue that it's not really neurodivergent, but you could argue that the same circumstances apply because being LGBTQ plus does confer its own challenges in the society in which we live. Yes, our society is simply designed by and for neurotypical people. Essentially, yes. Sleep for either 16 hours a day or 4. I am not neurotypical due to anxiety-induced sleep issues. It's hard for you. Exactly. And like, a significant majority of the time am very, very tired. I'm very tired. I should actually get myself diagnosed for whatever that is. But I'm also autistic. Oh my god. I just burped up dinner. Heck. Excuse me. Whoa. Had a gnarly longboard. Oh, fuck. What did you do to yourself? Jesus. What'd you eat? Had a supreme pizza from Domino's and a garlic bread and 2 of those little pepperoni puff rolls and some chicken bits with some aioli sauce and some Pepsi Max. Oh, it was heaven. You jealous? You jealous, hey? There's some more. I am trans. I'm transgender, yes. I'm not male. I'm female. I want to get back on my skateboard, actually. I want to get back on my skateboard. Still do get how NT people do that stuff without going into extreme... Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? It's like... It's weird. It's a very strange thing, being neurotypical. Like, I'm not neurotypical. And this is purely speculation on my part. That nobody in society is strictly neurotypical, but a lot of people are just more easily conditioned into the system in which we live. So I don't think everyone is specifically neurotypical, but they adjust to society's rules and society's conventions to make it easier for themselves to live in other aspects, and they don't struggle with those specific hindrances that might affect other people. I've always held this train of thought that it's virtually impossible for anyone to be specifically mentally healthy. Like, we can talk about mental health, but I don't think anyone is 100% mentally healthy. Just like nobody's physically 100% healthy either. Because if we get into the conversation around what is health, there's a whole ton of things to unpack there. Like, obviously being deathly ill is one thing. Having a serious injury, twiddles, is enough. Split your knee. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh, I'm cringing inside my own soul right now. Split knee. Fuck me dead. Yeah. I want to split my tongue, but not my fucking knee. Jesus Christ. Best of luck with the... Just sprayed all over myself. Gosh. Oh. I hope you're okay. Voices don't have gender, true. And honestly, that's kind of on topic as well. You know, my voice is not specifically male or female. There are cis women I've met who've got voices deeper and more masculine based on society's conventions. Again, based on what society has taught you is a male or a female voice. Hello, Music Life. How you going? Yeah, and like, yeah, I've met cis women who've got more macho, so to speak, voices than me. And I've met plenty, like a surprisingly shocking amount of men, like just cis men who've got really girly voices, and they'll say something, I'm like, who? I have to think for a second. I'm like, oh, it was him. So I mean, like, the social conventions around what your voice sounds like can also play into our preconceptions of people's genders, I suppose. Am I gay? Yes, I am incredibly gay. I'm incredibly gay. The gayest. I'm very gay. Anyway, we're trying to get people to sub off Twitch if we possibly can. If you were going to sub here, don't sub here. Go to Fan House, Patreon, Coffee, Streamlabs monthly tips, any of those kind of things are better options than subbing on Twitch. So for those of you who don't know, I have a Patreon that's $1. It's $1 USD. It's $1. You can sub to my Patreon for $1. I'm into girls, yes. I have a fan house, which is $5. So $5. And fan house is like, it's basically another alternative to Patreon. Coffee is just like direct tips. If you want to chuck a few bucks to the stream one-off, you can go on Coffee. And Streamlabs has recently released its own, like, because a lot of streamers use Streamlabs. If you go and make a direct tip through Streamlabs, if you just go, is it tip? That one? There is now an option on Streamlabs to do a monthly tip, which is effectively like subbing on Twitch, but the streamer gets all of it. But unfortunately, you miss out on the ad-free viewing, the emotes, and the sub badge. Anyway. My wrist needs to crack. Where were we? I want to come back a little bit because B. Arthur was a man for ages. You thought B. Arthur was a man for ages. What does B. Arthur sound like? I haven't heard her voice. I don't know if I've heard her voice. Anyway. Also, this might be a bit of a rude thing to say, I suppose, but there are certain women in the bodybuilding scene who take steroids, obviously take steroids. Like, you look at these women and they've got fairly feminine faces, but they've got absolutely jacked bodies. And you can tell they're on steroids because their voice has significantly deepened, because steroids are basically just testosterone in different forms. That's a thing. Where were we? Always hated your voice and been extra self-conscious about it. Just isn't the cutesy girl voice you hear from other girls. I feel that in a big way, honestly. And I realize, I'm probably not going to get my voice to the ideal circumstance, the ideal place I want it at. I am vocal training, mind you. I am trying to actually train my voice to sound more like I want it to, but I don't think I'm as time goes on and as more and more of you keep telling me you really like the way my voice sounds, which means the world, I'm getting less and less self-conscious about it, The more I begin to realize that my voice doesn't determine my identity, means a lot. I think it's because, especially in the last few years, being transgender and being openly and proudly transgender and accepting that about yourself has become more socially accepted. So trans people are allowed to just exist. Whereas there was a significant period of time a little while ago where trans people who had transitioned had to voice train, had to get gender confirmation surgery, had to pass as much as humanly possible for fear of the fact that they might be outed and thus face transphobic violence. Whereas being trans today is you still have to face the possibility of transphobic violence, don't get me wrong. But there is a lot more social acceptance of trans people today than there was like 30 years ago-ish, roughly. I don't know how else you would frame that. Also, Louis, I saw your DM on Twitter. I'm going to get back to you. Sorry. I was setting up before and I was a little bit busy, but I saw your thing. How are you, by the way? Non-binary because I'm not nacho or cringe. Love buff women. I can scratch that itch, I think. Episode of Futurama where she voices the femputer. I'll have to look into that. Do I gotta do a bit of yo-yo and never met a trans or a gay. Don't say a trans or a gay. That's a bit of advice to buff demon girl, bringing us the revolution we need. I want to talk revolution. I want to talk revolution soon. We're gonna do a revolution stream. Revolution. And also, I'm going to bring my demon aesthetic to my video essays soon. I need some yo-yo for you. Let me stand up. Like, us. You can say you're a gay if you want to. I'm not good at this. Holy shit. One of these days, I'm going to do like a skill building stream. Which would probably consist of like, oh god, my gut rolls, Jesus. Like, sorry, hang on. I just have to, because I had to look at my stomach just now and how gross it looks. I just have to do this one. This is a free one. Us. Let me get those lats out. Have to give myself a little bit of a confidence boost. Oh, flu fabs. Would like one Abby, please. I want to do something. And we'll get those hugs in just a moment. I want to try something. Okay, ready? Damn it. Doesn't work. The lighting's not good enough. Give me one sec. Oh, sorry, I had to get up for a second. Oh. You look more like Lagerta from Vikings. Just resubbed on Patreon. Didn't get a stream notification, therefore you felt empty inside. You feel empty inside. Oh, the stream notifications are awful. If you'd seen I was live, you would have rated. Oh, I would appreciate that, but that's fine. That's okay. It's the thought that counts. His stomach looks gross. I did want to talk about this. I did want to, and you know what? Basic. Hey,
I
yeah,
give
right.
you money and lights and sounds on the screen give me dopamine. That's how this social contract works.
Thank you for the 100 bits. I did want to talk about this actually. Let's get this out of the way. I posted something today. I posted 2 things today. I know I look arguably good, according to other people, generally speaking. I can't show you this picture, but if you go to my Twitter, there is I mean, I'm covered up, but I can't show this picture on stream. But I posted this tweet and it says, "Yo, why the fuck do I have body image issues though?" And like, my abs are there, I look good, you know, I don't look bad. I know that, but especially lately, and I want to get this out of the way because some of you might be dealing with the same kind of things. I've been having a lot of body image issues, in spite of the fact that I seem to look quite, you know, athletic, muscular, lean, but not lean enough. I'm putting myself in the headspace of I'm eating too much unhealthy food and I'm being careless with my diet, and maybe I'm pushing myself too much with my workouts to the point where I might injure myself, and I notice every little flaw, every little imperfection. I got a bit of belly fat here. I feel like my waist is too wide or anything like that. And yeah, I think I'm really faced, especially lately, with this, well, yeah, like societal transphobia maybe. And just the fact that I don't look like supermodel thin or whatever it is. Or like I see certain people. I did give that hug. Oh, hang on. No, I didn't. Here we go. There we go. It's a huge, stupid thing. It's a stupid, dumb thing that I shouldn't be worried about. I know I look good. I know a lot of people probably envy my body type. But it doesn't stop the fact that, you know, I think I'm dealing with BED a lot lately. I don't know if I've told you this before, but I have, well, sort of binge eating disorder. I think I'm pretty sure I have binge eating disorder. Basically, I could eat just my fill for the day, but I have this compulsion to keep eating despite the fact that I'm full. Like, I don't want to stop, and that's a problem that I deal with. And every time I eat over my calorie count for the day, I'm just like, oh fuck, I've done it again. And the thing is, about a year and a bit ago, I was going through this phase when I was working out, and I was only doing lifting. I wasn't doing the level of cardio I'm doing now, which is about 10,000 steps a day at a probably like, what is it, like a 9 kilometer an hour pace. I generally speaking hit 10,000 steps a day and I walk 9 kilometers, 9 to nearly 10 kilometers. So that's, oh no, sorry, not 9 kilometer an hour pace. Sorry. Maybe it is actually. No, it wouldn't be that. 10,000 steps. I generally hit 9Ks in an hour and a half. Sorry, that's what I was trying to get across. I don't know how pace works. Pace is fucking weird. Okay. 9 minutes per kilometer. That's the one. Yes, that's it. That's the one. That's the one I'm thinking of. I was talking with Zara about this. And so I'm getting a lot of exercise in. I'm doing a lot of weights now still. But a year ago, I was in this headspace of not doing cardio, because fuck cardio. And because I was, pre-Abby, I was trying to bulk, I was trying to gain, and I let myself slip into this dietary issue of eat whatever you want because you're bulking, you're trying to put on mass. And now I feel like I'm looking down the barrel of this thing of like, I am letting myself eat too much by that same justification, but I'm not trying to gain weight. I'm just letting myself slip with the diet thing while still putting in tons of effort in the fitness department. And it's turning into this thing of like, I'm kind of punishing myself for overeating and eating bad foods by overtraining, almost. That's what I fear at the moment. And maybe some of you can relate, I don't know. It's just this thing where I'm like, I really want to stop doing the bad diet thing and start refining that and get back into the swing of a healthy diet, but I keep making bad dietary decisions. So yeah. Look incredible and an inspiration to those still working on coming out themselves. Thank you, Kalandra. Essentially stopped eating more than a single meal a day until my doctor explicitly told me I needed to actually eat. I feel that too. Like there was actually a significant period where I got below 70 kilos about 6 or so months ago. I was actually really thin. I'm currently about 73.5, and I want to get down to 70 at least. Ideally, I would like to get back below 70 kilos because I want to be thin. I want to be lean again. And it's tricky. Like I don't know what to do. Because like, the thing is, you can go to a dietitian and they can tell you, eat this diet. And you can eat that diet for a while. You can go to a trainer and they'll say, do this workout regimen. You can do the workout regimen for a while. For me personally, at least, I lucked out on the fitness thing and I found that I really, really enjoy working out. So it's become this compulsion to work out. The first thing I do in the morning is make a coffee, prep myself to go for my walk, come back, do my weights. I don't generally eat till like midday, if not later, because I spend that first significant portion of the morning getting my fitness routine in, except for Sundays. And I feel like shit on Sundays because I don't work out. It sucks. But the thing is, if you follow the regimen told to you by professionals, they'll say, do this, do that, and this will give you results. More than likely it will if you manage to stick to the diet, stick to the training, and build good habits. If you can manage to stick to that, good. However, I saw the mention of therapy in chat. Not so much therapy, but a lot of the problems with diet and training that hold people back are psychological. You're trying to fix problems by changing habits without realizing there is an underlying mental issue, a mental block that's preventing you, or like you keep eating junk food, or you're not eating the right amount of food, you're not eating the right kind of food, all those kinds of things. It's a big mental struggle, a big barrier you have to get over. And for a lot of people, yeah, like going to therapy to sort these issues out is simply another blockade before that other blockade, you know. Hello, Clara. How you going? Probably swinging the opposite direction. Somehow I can go without eating for 3 days without really being hungry. Always been slightly underweight, probably because of a fast metabolism. I'm not gonna lie, there have been a few days where I've gotten to a certain point where I haven't eaten by like 3 o'clock, and I'm like, I could probably just go the rest of the day without eating. You know, just drink a couple more black coffees to stay awake. And that's a problem. That's its own set of issues, you know. And I just realized I'm talking about body image issues and I don't have a content warning up. Oops. Probably a big thing. Good job, Abby. Mostly struggle getting the ball rolling with workouts. If I could get started and keep on that, I think I'd feel much better and would be able to hold a healthier diet easier. Yeah, like if you can get yourself into the headspace of building one habit, ideally building other habits should be easier. But my main thing is like I'm using my fitness pal at the moment to track everything that I eat, but I just end up overeating anyway. It's like I've got a calorie budget that I shouldn't go over. Oh, I did it again. Oh, I've eaten twice as much as I should. Like it's getting to that point where I'm just like I'm stressing out over it. And yeah, like the main thing is the mental hurdle. The main major thing is the mental hurdle you have to get over. You have to say to yourself, And this is what actually motivated me to get into shape in the first place. Was a few years ago, back in 2017. I think I distinctly remember January 6th, 2017 is when I started working out, and I haven't stopped since. You know, I started working out because back in that time, I had never had a fit body. And I decided to myself, I want to look good. I want to have muscles. I want to be lean. And I started doing it. And I signed up to the gym. I started going to the gym. And it became a consistent thing for me. Like, I just couldn't... I don't know what it is. I latched onto that habit and was unable to get rid of it, which is a good thing. I really enjoy the fact that I have this habit for fitness. But yeah, now the main thing is, like, I've got to figure out how to refine my diet so that I'm not going over my calories, and so I'm sticking within my macronutrients as well, which is like proteins, fats, and carbs. So like getting all of that in check. I know the thing is, I know all the tips and tricks, and I know all of the things you need to eat and what you shouldn't eat, what you should eat a little of instead of a lot of. The problem is, of course, sticking with it. The problem is setting the habit in place and sticking with it. And I think the major issue is, it only takes like, what, 3 weeks to build a habit, I think. So if I could get that 3 weeks down just eating those healthier foods and that strict diet, I'd probably be fine after that 3-week mark. But, you know, I keep interrupting that process. Like, I could go pretty well for a week and then fuck up on Sunday or something. Which is where I think a lot of people fuck up on that thing. Therapist is a Jedi Master. You can eat all my snacks. It's okay. One of her top specializations is disordered eating and body image. She lives in British Columbia, but she does have Australian clients. However, because she's in Canada, I'm assuming any kind of health insurance or subsidies would not be applicable. Probably not, yeah. It'd be nice to work out a lot just so I can eat nice food more too. If I can get past the whole I can't do 10 wall push-ups, I must. I fucking suck. Yeah, I mean... It takes a lot of time to build up the functional strength to do those kinds of things. So you got to start small. And also getting the right foods into your diet in the first place to help build that strength. Thank you for the hydration. And thank you, Yara, for giving a heck. For the last month, my main problem was not being able to afford food, so I just bought the cheapest shit that would allow me to get by. Obviously, I didn't have the energy to work out, so I want to get back to regularly walking at least. Walking has been really good. I will say that. I'm really enjoying going for a high-paced walk around the neighborhood. That actually has been significantly good for my mental health in a big way, I think. But yeah, the issue I struggle with is like getting over that mental hurdle of like, you're doing this to punish yourself for overeating. You know, food is the hard part in poverty. A bit better off now, and we'll be even better soon. But no money equals no good food equals no gain. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there is good cheap food, but we've had like the vegan discussion before about this whole thing. I don't want to disparage vegans. I do value veganism. I think it does a lot of good. It's one of the best things that an individual can do to reduce their own impact on the planet is to go vegan. Don't get me wrong. However, much like being in poverty, like if you want to eat a healthy diet and keep it cheap while still like doing the vegan thing or like doing the fitness thing or whatever, the diet ends up being boring as shit. Like beans and rice every day, no thanks. It's dull, it's dross, it's uninteresting, it's bland, and yeah, you can add spices to it, but it's like, I don't know. And yet, you're absolutely right, Calandra. It's been particularly challenging to keep routines in lockdown. Enjoy that lurk, Skylar. Peanut butter sandwiches to snack, rice, lentils, sauce, and slow cooker. I can do boring a lot better than I can do hungry. Well, I mean, that's true. Ketchup and mayo and rice, that's something. Mayo's not vegan, true. I mean, I've done like tuna and rice with soy sauce or like spices, which is fine. Nothing the worth of bigot opinions. Remember the 30 questions to silence vaxxers? I do remember that. I remember that video, which was dumb as shit, for fuck's sake. Oh, Glizzy, it's 7:18, you gotta sleep for work. Alright, have a good one, Goblin. Thank you so kindly for hanging out tonight. Have a good sleep. eat things like carrots and apples. If you have an eating compulsion, you can eat literally. That's true. I do keep fruit. I've got carrots in the fridge right now. I need to go get some like apples and stuff. I might go get some more apples tomorrow if I can. So yeah, that's an option. I'm going for my walk tomorrow, so I might swing past the grocery store and grab some apples. You know, that's what I should be focusing on. Realistically, that's what I should be focusing on. Natalia Gaming, how you going? What's going on? We're just talking diet and fitness at the moment. Fruit and veggies, fiber equals full for longer. Yeah, but this is the thing. No, I didn't shut my Discord down. No. You should be available to post in there if you want to, yeah. This is the thing, is like, I'm not full. Although, if I do eat the fruits and veggies more often, I probably will feel fuller, and I probably won't feel so compelled to eat. But the thing is, I will feel full, but still feel compelled to eat. Like, that's the main issue. This is why I think I have BED, is because I can eat a huge full meal and not want to stop eating. I'll eat a full meal, and then I'll go off and I'll be like, oh, I want a snack now. Oh, I ate the snack, I want to eat more snacks now. And I'm like, I have literally no reason to eat. My stomach is full. Probably causing more damage to myself by overeating. And it's like, yeah, that's the main problem at the moment. And of course, the ideal solution is eat healthier snacks and eat in smaller portions. And yeah, like binge eating disorder is literally that whole thing of like you, yeah, like once you turn on the eating mode, it's hard to turn it off. Which is why I have considered doing that whole thing of like not eating for a significant portion of the day, just eating closer to bedtime and sort of stopping, having the one meal or having a few small meals and try to. Water is good. You know, if you can interrupt your eating with water, like if you eat a small meal, stay on water for a bit. Ideal situation. Because water is supposed to keep you full as well, you know. Comfort eat, so you once went to BK and ate 3 large meals, one after the other. Feel better after you fall for some reason. It's a good feeling is the thing. Like, even if the food's trash and it leaves you feeling disgusting, you still feel, like, satisfied. Which is why it's, like, why food addiction is a thing. And they put things in the food that you're regularly eating to get you wanting to eat more, is the problem. Might take 3 days to get a habit, but takes 23 days to break one. Isn't it the other way around? I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was, like, 21 to 23 days to build a habit, but then you can break a habit really. I mean, sorry, you can. Like, it's harder to build a habit. Oh, no, hang on. Maybe I have got it the wrong way around. I don't know, actually. Itchy. In a very inconvenient spot. Comfort food just has to be really spicy, hence the Burgatory Lust Burger loaded with hot sauce. Depends if it's good or bad, that's true too. In the end, we're all just cattle. We are, aren't we? We're all just slaves to the machine. Well, we're talking about health, fitness, diet, all those kinds of things, which is a good topic. I know a relatively large amount about it. So, you know, I could ramble about this. You know. Yeah, one of the main struggles I have is building the dietary. Did we want that CW? Maybe we should. Content, what would I set it to? Content warning, like... Disroder. Food and body image, good one. There we go. And I'll set the font size down a little bit to like... there we go. Perfect, that works. Something to be conscious of. The concept of addiction, food or drugs or otherwise, is essentially how that we outsource pain and discomfort from some areas of our lives into another area. Yeah. Self-destructive tendencies, yes. Personally struggle to keep trim because I feel comfortable when I'm low weight. Hell, even while working out, I still want to be like 265 pounds. Oh, I see. I mean, you could go into bodybuilding or powerlifting. Like, this is another thing. This is another problem that I have. Is that, like, I know my personal worth is not... My personal worth is not strictly my weight, my size, any of that. It's not like how slim I am or anything. But it's... I don't know how to describe this. When I look in the mirror, I see a lot of the good things that I have that other people would want. but I'm still not satisfied because I don't look like the people I want to look like. And I realize that my worth as a person is not my image, it's not my aesthetic. Well, a part of it in terms of my streaming is the aesthetic, but, you know, my body is not my self-worth. It's not the only thing I should be valued for. And a lot of people have this issue of, like, they feel as though they can only be valued by their appearance. You know, you did nothing. I'm worth a heck of a lot. Thank you, Sarah. And you're absolutely right, and so is everybody else. This is the thing. I am worth a lot, and so is everybody else. And you're worth more than just your body image. And this is something that a lot of us struggle with. Because we are constantly thrown healthy body image in everything. You can't go anywhere without seeing an aesthetically appealing image of what a healthy person is supposed to look like. And this is particularly conflicting as a trans woman, who I realize, you know, especially transitioning as someone who has gone through to adulthood, I've reached into my 30s, living the wrong life, having gone through testosterone poisoning. Thinking about do some cooking and cleaning now. Sounds good, Mia. Oh, glad you got the motivation. Fuck yes. I had the motivation today. I cleaned my whole house. It was great. But yeah, like, you know, I've gone through, you know, an adulthood and a teenage life of, yeah, testosterone poisoning. Let's call it what it is. You know, I went through male puberty that fucked up my body in certain ways. So now I've got this awful complex of, like, I want to look a certain way. But society doesn't really look at my specific body type and celebrate it in much the way they do cis male and cis female bodies. You know what I mean? I look like your soul feels. What, badass? Is that? What's the age requirement? It is down in the panels below. It is an 18 plus stream. Must be some damn good motivator. I'm fucking with my I'm fucking with my damn earring. I love these earrings, but holy shit, are they just like, they're so big. Look, just don't tell anyone your age. You can hang out and listen to the topics. Just shh. Because, like, technically speaking, what's the age ceiling for my stream? I'm like Lego, 99 plus. If you're over the age of 99, you're not allowed. I wish he could eat better. A roommate essentially won't eat anything I cook because he is an ass. Like, if I had it my own way, I would just not ever eat, and I know that's bad. That's the only way I can get rid of my belly fat. And that's one of the issues, right? So, like, a lot of us would look at it that way. A lot of us would look at it like the only way I can lose weight is by not eating, and I have strongly considered that, and I know that's a bad thing. But I've realized that I can, 18 to 99. I've realized that I can actually go a significant length of time not eating as long as I don't start. Once I start is where everything starts to fall apart. I start eating more and more. So yeah. But I will say this. I will say this as someone who has lived with or who has been in situations where I've been around. Well, I mean, obviously I've lived with family. I've had relationships where I've lived with people. That also becomes a struggle. Like, if you're in a roommate situation or anything like that, it also becomes a struggle. It's like you've got a pantry full of other foods as well, not just your own. Which lends into that issue of, you know, what do I prepare to eat? Do I eat with this other person? But, like, if I want to eat a certain diet, am I going to be foisting that on that person? I don't want to make them uncomfortable as well. Anyway. If you want to use your teeth, at least make sure nobody else is watching. True. The act of eating itself sort of bothers me. Like, to me, eating food despite good taste is a gross image in my head. I know. Who watched Philosophy Tube's recent video? And I do want to mention, like, I've heard certain things that have gone on. Well, I haven't heard anything specifically. I don't know what the drama is here. I don't want to get into the drama personally. I don't want to pay attention to any drama, but it seems as though I did see you redeemed nothing. Congratulations, you redeemed nothing. You did nothing. I heard there was some drama between Natalie and Abigail, which is unfortunate, but if I recall correctly, Natalie was streaming recently. She just said that person's not in my life anymore or something like that. No further details, so I don't know what's going on in that department. But that's neither here nor there. Philosophy Tube's recent video, really good. Talks a lot about body image, talks a lot about all that kind of thing, and very conveniently, I and numerous other trans creators, including Mia Mulder, I think, also just released a video on this topic, which I would really like to watch. But I think Jessie Gender was writing a video about dysphoria or dysmorphia or something like that, and I was also taking notes to write a video soon about specifically what I'm talking about now, namely bodybuilding aesthetics, like namely fitness aesthetics is what I was going for. How that ties into body dysmorphia and gender dysphoria are the three main topics I want to cover in that particular video, which I'm not sure what my angle is or what my discussion point is just yet with that one. But that's an upcoming video. I also want to do sex and sexuality at some point. But my next video is coming soon. I've finished recording and I'm editing it as we speak. Not as we speak, I'm streaming right now. But I am editing my next video, so you can look forward to that very soon. You're all copying each other in the trans bread tube cult. I suppose mine specifically relates to fitness. Like, the majority of the points I want to make in my video are about fitness. And specifically, I want to touch on the bodybuilding scene in a big way. And how that plays into the ill concepts of body dysmorphia and all of that. There's been conspiracies on 4chan's LGBT for a while about what happened in between them. Oh, okay. I don't know. I just know that apparently on one of their streams, apparently on Natalie's stream, she just said that person's not in my life anymore. Or I'm not a part of that person's life anymore. I don't know what the specific...
Another round on you. Fitness this cupcake in my mouth.
Excuse me. I'm totally not thinking about biting a certain person now and marking them with a hickey so they know it's not referring to Abby. People's private relationships are none of our business even when they are public figures. Exactly. Like, this is like... I forget who DM'd me recently about someone on this platform. I'm not going to say who, or I'm not going to say what exactly, but they were just like, oh, just so you know, I think they were like, you follow with or you interacted with this person and blah blah blah. There's a whole saga, and I'm just like, I don't want to deal with it. Like, I'm like, maybe this person did something bad, maybe this person did this, did that, and like, I don't want to get attached to the drama. I just don't. I don't care for it, you know. The conspiracy has to do with, in one of Natalie's videos, she said she could Me Too someone right now but doesn't want to make unnecessary drama. Oh, shit. Well, there you go. There you go. It does strike me that Natalie has very rapidly learned, thanks to how awful the internet is, that certain things it's probably just best she keeps her mouth shut about, because with an audience like hers, it will turn into a very toxic and vile thing. It's just inevitable at this point. She tends to attract a lot of that, and I do not at all blame her for avoiding causing more problems. You know? Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, I mean, if people are just going to make that a song, and like, if it couples with that specific clip, which I haven't seen, I've only heard somebody mention it. I've only heard somebody say, oh, in a stream, she said she doesn't associate with that person, referring to PT. But yeah. Personally, like both of them, they do good content. It can be tempting to get into the parasocial stuff. Yeah, like that's what I want to avoid, personally. Especially as a creator who's had to deal with very parasocial people before. You know, I want to avoid getting involved too heavily in personal drama nonsense. They're not my best friend. They're not gossiping to me while we're sitting down watching TV shows and eating cheesecake. You know, that whole thing's not happening. Oh, we don't need the CW thing anymore. We can get rid of that. Hello, Hellfire. How's it going? Cheesecake. I want some cheesecake. Personally, like both of them, they do good content. Can be tempting. Yeah. Is my costume a succubus? No, I just am a succubus. I've put my wings away though. I don't have my wings. I haven't earned them yet. Realistically though, should I get like wing tattoos on my back? Should I get like big demonic wings down my back? It's just what trans women look like without the disguise. So tired of ContraPoint's discourse. I've got like everything muted, which isn't me saying you should talk about it, it's just saying my personal experience. Yeah. The horns are all you need. I'm very tempted to get a pair of like hoof boots though. I think Doe has a pair of those, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me. Yeah, costume. What? If PAX Oz ever happens again, we're getting cheesecake. Oh, hell yeah, we're getting cheesecake. If we can ever go to PAX Oz again, hell yes. Hoof boots would be incredible. I'm pretty sure you can get them. Hoof boots. Let's have a look. Yeah, they're a thing. All-terrain. Oh, wait, hang on. These are like hoof boots for trail riding. What the fuck? I mean, oh no, these are for horses. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can get some. You can get some fancy dress Krampus demon. Oh, dude. Hell yes. Yo! These look fucking cool. That'd be sick. Anyway. I don't need those. I don't need those. Maybe I need a little bit. If they weren't $28, I know they're going to be piss poor quality. You know. I know there's got to be better ones out there, you know. You'll have shit together because of lockdown, but I need something to look forward to. I agree. With me getting into resin crafting, my end game is to make a pair of those. Hell yes, do it. Don't think we do worthwhile cons here. Like none of my friends, no matter how nerdy, go to any conventions here. I've only been to a couple. I have never been to like a gaming con. Oh, here we go. Creature feet. Unisex cloven hoof shoes with thigh-high leggings. Not bad, not bad. They would work. Pair those with the wings. Complete the look. I need to get a whip. Need to do the whole thing, you know. Just a prop whip, not a real one that I would use for any purpose, you know. I kind of agree with you, Princess. I feel like PAX would be pretty cool to go to, but I feel like I'd be overwhelmed really quick. I get sensory overload, so, you know, if I go into an event like that, lots of people, lots of noises, lots of smells, lots of textures, lots of tastes. You ever had convention food? It's kind of blah, but you know. Yeah, it would be cool to go with someone. I definitely wouldn't go alone. Certainly not. I'd go with friends. I only do PAX as an enforcer. Don't spend any time there outside my shifts because I just can't deal. That's understandable. That's understandable. We have a space specifically for people to get somewhere quiet. Oh, that's good. Well, yeah. Once lockdown's over and PAX is back on again, if lockdown's over, because like it's very convenient. I was actually planning on saving to go to PAX this year. But that didn't happen. For obvious reasons. Because people don't know how to wear masks and get their vaccination shot. Speaking of which, I get mine tomorrow. Fuck. I get mine tomorrow. I get my first shot tomorrow. Shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. Just over the road from PAX Oz is Crown, which has a food court. Oh, okay, there we go. Worst taste is when a crowd of people in deodorant. Oh, God, yes. You want to know something weird? I was walking down the street the other day. Like, I was on my walk. And there was another guy on the other side of the road. And as I walked past, I could smell his Lynx deodorant. And these streets are not narrow. They're wide streets. And I could smell his deodorant. It was... How much do they put on? Do they not bathe? Do men just not bathe and just spray themselves in Lynx? Actually, don't answer that. I know the answer to this question. Of course they do. I've met men. Yes, that's what they do. Once went swimming. Oh, gross. Oh, no, gross. Oh, fuck. Ew. Could taste the deodorant. Fuck. That's disgusting. Men can be feral animals, actually. I've met quite a few of those. Why do you think throughout my entire life I never felt comfortable around men? I'm like, surely I cannot be the same species as these creatures. What is this behavior? Somebody plans to start estrogen soon. How long can I expect to be bewitched by axe bodies? Look, I'm more disgusted by it now than I ever was. I never used to care, actually. I used to buy links. I think I've actually still got a can of it somewhere, but I don't use it. You know. At any rate, we haven't even gotten into tonight's topics, which is actually good because we're coming close to the midway point of the stream. I'm going to take my brief 5-minute break, and we'll come back, and then we've got a bunch of topics to talk about, which is going to be great. So, I've been loving this conversation. This is a good way to start the stream out for the week. Speaking of feral animals, check the meme channel. Here's a thought. I want to run this by you folks, because I think I did this a while back. But I deleted it, or I closed it, because you're not allowed to do this yourself. You're not allowed to run your own subreddit. I'm just saying, if somebody else were to create a Rogue Room fan subreddit, we could post shit on there all the time, and I could do, like, Reddit reviews. Speaking of, I do actually want to...
I see you.
Kiara, hello.
Welcome, friends.
I mean, it's up to you folks if you're interested in doing a subreddit. We could just slyly have a community member build a Rogue Room subreddit, and we could post whatever you want, and we could just scroll through it. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to. Kiara, welcome in, Raiders. I think it's against the Reddit terms of service to run your own subreddit. So I'd prefer if someone does make a fan subreddit that I be made a moderator of it, of course, but technically I'm not allowed to make it. Okay. Speaking of feral animals, I just think it'd be easier than doing it on Discord, because then I can just like scroll down and look at submissions, whereas with Reddit it's a bit more awkward. But anyway, fresh cat milk for sale. I just milked them this morning. A little bitter because they were strays, but not with cereal. What? Head empty. Welcome in, Kiara. What were you chatting about tonight? What were you talking about? Housemate cooking fish debilitated you? Anyway, welcome in, folks. Welcome in. What did you just walk in on? Cat milk. You forgot. I feel like it's easy to forget, isn't it? You know, when you stream for however long, you go through so many things. I can't even remember what we've talked about tonight, honestly. We haven't even gotten into my planned topics, and we're nearly at the halfway mark. What's the name? The Rogue Room, or Rogue Room, or something like that. That'd be good. Just Rogue Room, you know. r/Rogue Room would be poggers. Someone needs to decide who's opening a subreddit so we don't have 3 different slightly named subreddits. I mean, Sammy, if you want to do it, go ahead. I don't mind. I trust you. r/Ogue Room. I mean, you could do that. That's what the old one. I mean, Rogue's Gallery sounds good if it's not taken. Backlighting is excellent. Thank you. Any other... Oh, hang on. I've gotten period symptoms. I've gotten period symptoms. I get a cycle at this point. So there's a very distinct period, like, well, period. There's a period without menstruation every month where I actually get a cycle now. I get cramps, muscle soreness, Rogue BX. No, thank you. But it's generally been pretty consistently monthly for me. Legit forgotten your stream for 90 minutes. Well, there you go. Like apparently if you make a subreddit, yeah, you can't unmake it. You can only private it. How about we talk about setting up a subreddit later on? Because I think that'd be a good idea, like for stream content. I think it'd be a good idea to have. We'll do a little bit of a chit chat off stream, and we'll organize it. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to make it. You know, don't have a cycle, but you've had cramps every now and then. And then, you know, once a week or a couple times a week, we can go through submissions. And we could post whatever you want that feels relevant to the stream. Because we talk about a lot of stuff here, and I think we could have some fun content, fun memes in there. Excuse me. Had cramps every now and then. You should track, yeah. I'm pretty sure I was tracking on my Fitbit app, but it doesn't, it's tricky to get it to work properly. There we go. I really need to set all these smart lights up to an app on my computer or something. You're welcome. Seems to have went away since he started injecting a reasonable amount of estrogen, but maybe it's just more subtle now. Yeah, I mean, I think my my first one was pretty significant because I actually dropped my dosage. But now that I've come back up to my 6 milligrams a day, I've noticed the symptoms have stayed consistent as with last month. Kind of looking forward to trying prog around the 6-month mark. I still haven't tried prog yet. Like, my endo has said, no, we're not putting you on prog yet. I'm like, why though? I want to do more drugs. Fuck. Let me do more drugs. You would wait till, what, like 1+ year on HRT? I'm nearly there. I'm actually nearly there. I think my next appointment for HRT, my next appointment with my endocrinologist is in November. So I think that'll be around the 1 year mark for me. And then I'd probably get put on it then, I think. See how we go. What's going to happen if, like, I get on progesterone and my tits get super huge? I'm probably not going to need... What am I going to do if I've raised all this money for breast augmentation and I'm just like... But they grew. Can wait as long as you want. Get a camera. I could just set it to production costs. Charity boobs. I'm not giving away the money. No. Speaking of prog, your roommate is in active labor and I'm not handling my dysphoria well. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Throw a big party. I wish I could, but we're in lockdown. I was talking about this earlier, Diz. Like, I've raised all this money and I'm being financially responsible. I'm not touching it. But I'm having this moment of, like, do I really need breast implants? I'm still, you know, despite the discussion about body image before, I am still very happy with my body where it is in a lot of ways. And I've said to myself, like, I could afford to buy a camera, a microphone, and at least a few SD cards or hard drives. So that I can up the ante with my video content, for example. But it's like, I'm not touching that money because that money has been set aside for that specific goal, and now I'm just having a conflict in my head of, like, you know, I could put the money towards better content, or I could just keep putting the money towards the boobs. Or I could put it on black and lose it all. That's a good idea too. Wait and see if they get bigger. Yeah, I've thought about that, yeah. I don't have none, so, like, it's not a huge thing if I don't, you know. Heard prog helps round out boobs. Well, there we go. They do be existing. Hey, bisected brioche. How you doing? Cool horns, thank you kindly. I'm rather fond of them. I really like these. These are super cool. I'm so glad I got them. Super, super, super cool. Which fucking color it'll be. You're an A cup for 5 years or so years. Now you're a double D, all from hormones. Well, there you go. You have an animal on you. Aww. Not like you have to get new boobs soon or not at all. You can afford to hold off for... Yeah, I can afford to hold off for a while. I'm not in a rush, you know. Really want a BBL, but everyone keeps saying I already have a huge ass and hourglass figure. Well, I mean, that's the tricky thing, right? That is the very weird thing, is other people commenting on your body when you're looking at your own body, and you ideally know your body the best, right? You look at it and you think to yourself, I know what I'm uncomfortable with my own body. I know what I'm comfortable with my own body. I know what I want to change or what I don't want to change. And when other people offer their input, it just kind of confuses the person who's trying to make decisions about how their own body looks. Which is a difficult thing. Meanwhile, getting mauled by a tiger. Oh, and, like, there is other gender affirming surgeries. I mean, I still kind of want GCS. I'm not sure. Sort of nice. Other people still find me attractive even on days when I don't feel that way. I mean, Yeah. Highest amount of risk of any gender-affirming surgery. That's interesting. Why is that? Sister is intersex and trans, age 31, grew a G cup. Well, there you go. Girl on YouTube called Strange Eons who got a nose job. Thought her nose was totally fine and perfectly cute, but it was her body image that was the issue. Yeah, exactly. And you know, if you go to a good plastic surgeon, they won't do a botch job that will make you look awful. But you know, there are a lot of people out there who just have all these different little internalized imperfections. Now, don't get me wrong, there are certainly assholes out there who will unnecessarily comment on people's appearances and make them feel self-conscious about things. But like, for example, I have no issue with my face. I really don't see myself getting FFS at any point. I like the way my face looks. Honestly, I'm quite happy with it. The only thing I actually really have dysphoria about is down there. I would either like Orchy or full GCS. And this area, which again I'm getting more comfortable with, like I'm not really all that fussed about the top half, you know. And the rest of my body, I'm just like, I'm dealing with more dysmorphia than dysphoria. You know, I look at parts of my body and I'm like, I hate this, I hate that, there's too much. Like, look at that. Look at how there's not a lot of body fat in that area, right? You can't, if you've got body fat, you can't, if you've got like fatty arms, for example, you can't do that. See how, like, can I show you, like, you see how thin that is? That's what I want on my stomach. You see, like, I can't do that here because I'm getting flab. That's one of those things where it's like, so body dysphoria is when you're seeing and perhaps in your mind exaggerating a lot of what you perceive as flaws of your body. And that leads to unhealthy issues like disordered eating or dangerous overtraining, over-exercising, and other things of that nature. And then we can bring this back up for a second. Actually. And then gender dysphoria, on the other hand, is when you look at yourself in the mirror or you... Well, it's just basically a detachment from the gender identity that you were assigned at birth and the gender you feel you are most in tune with. And dysphoria is more of like you're aware of certain facets of you that are specifically gendered one way or the other that don't align with your gender identity. So we were talking about my voice before. I do have a bit of dysphoria around it. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. I don't 100% love the way that I sound. But yeah, like, I'll get rid of the CW for now. I think it's fine. So yeah, body dysmorphia is like basically your mind playing tricks on you and exaggerating your flaws. And gender dysmorphia is like there are aspects of me that don't align with my gender identity. So, a trans man, for example, having prominent breasts, would want to get top surgery because just like other men don't have breasts. Well, some do. It's not the point though, is it? I have dysphoria around my facial hair area, and due to being in lockdown for the past few months, I've been unable to go get laser facial hair removal, which is like this area, especially around my mouth, is still quite prominent. Like it doesn't grow anywhere near as much as it used to, but I still get dysphoria when I look in the mirror and I'm just like, there's fucking stubble there, and it's fucking gross. And it's not a huge thing. Like our Paige got his breasts removed, yeah. That kind of thing. So, in a lot of ways, you know, dealing with dysphoria is more than physical in a lot of ways. But, you know, dealing with it generally means making changes to your body in some way or another. Yeah, facial hair is my biggest self-esteem hit too. Even when I'm not doing anything, even when I'm not going out. Fader, hello. Welcome in. Oh shit, broken what? Oh shit. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Oh, do we have to do the Wii Spa thing? I'd rather not. Really like masks. I mean, masks are fucking cool though, hey. Like, turns out she was just homeless and trans. Do we know any further details? Do we actually have further details? Because I know someone got arrested. She is trans. And this is the problem, right? That is the further detail, of course. This is the problem. I didn't see the animated thing, but I did hear about it. I will just quickly go over the WeSpa thing. They did arrest someone. There have been charges placed against them, but the issue, and one of the issues was she's had charges against her since like 2002, 2003 for like, I think she's on a sex offender registry or anything like that. But the charges from back in 2002, 2003, whenever it was, were never concluded or whatever it is. I don't know how you describe this, but the charges from back then were never, yeah, they were all like indecent exposure. But the thing is, that could be something like public urination. And if they're homeless, like, that's likely to happen. And if they've been homeless all this time, yeah. So people are being punished. If someone's homeless, they're probably going to publicly urinate. I'm just saying, you know, it's a likelihood if they're living on the streets or whatever, and then they end up punished for that. They were a plea down from prostitution charges. Oh, I see. Yeah, you got to pee somewhere. That's I'm just speculating. Like, I don't think we actually know what the specific charges were from back then, or I don't have the details on me right now. But I've taken a glance at it. I didn't really want to look at it too deeply, because the only thing, and I think Jessie Jenner did a good video covering essentially what we as the trans community are worried about, is this incident being blown out of proportion and reflecting badly on the trans community. Trans Therapy did a great stream on the WeSpa suspect. Is looking suspicious, like she's not even actually coming up in the CA registry, and the previous charges could have been PU, as I said, or even just another transphobe getting on their case. Yeah, and the only quotation we have from the suspect is that they were sitting in the spa with water up to their chest. They were just sitting and they were just doing their thing, just chilling in the spa. So, previously I speculated, and honestly I think my speculation was reasonable, to think that this was a hoax perpetuated by transphobic people barging into a trans-friendly spa to make the accusation of a straw man. You know, that's what I previously speculated. Now there is a suspect, and now they have charges against them, and they have a bit of a history, but there's a lot of factors to consider here. And again, it hasn't been... the case is not conclusive yet. We don't know all of the facts around the situation. Where could people see them? What if there were children? Yeah, why would there be children in a... Isn't it adults only nude spa? Like, anyway, you may say I look stunning. Thank you. If they're homeless, how the F did they get in? I mean, homeless people can still get money. You can still make a booking in a place like that. She was on the registry for pleading no contest because the laws were new at that point. Hello, Alyssa, I think. How you going? Big thing is the primary source being used by everyone is an article on the New York Post written by Andy Ngo. How do you pronounce that? Is it Ngo or No? I don't know. They can be expensive as hell. But that said, you know, people can still have some money and be homeless. But yeah, like the main issue that I and many other people have, and there's another, Andy, no, okay. Hello, RoboMax. The main issue that I and many other people have with this incident, and another incident we'll get into after the break, is that it's going to just weaponize transness against the community of trans people. Against all of us. If there's one bad tran, all the trans must be bad. That's the main problem. So basically, she's on the sex offender registry for not being a sex offender. Would that shock you? No. There's plenty of people who are registered sex offenders who are not actually who are not sex offenders, who haven't done anything. They just got caught peeing behind a bush or something and got arrested and charged. And now, anytime they move anywhere, they have to tell their neighbors, "Oh, hi, I'm on the sex offender registry." It's stupid. It's a stupid system. Some sex crimes are sexual violence. Other sex crimes are state violence against marginalized people. Exactly. Now, okay. Homelessness shows in a lot of different ways. You're not usually broke 24/7, but you don't often have the money to get a roof over your head. It's like poverty. You want to know a dirty, dirty little secret? I'm technically living below the poverty line. You might not look it from all this fancy shit, but, you know, I am effectively, if something just goes slightly sideways, I'm fucked, right? Like there's a lot of misinterpretations about homelessness and poverty and all of those kinds of things. So, you know, I'm not exactly killing it, folks. And it's worth it to talk about these
Another
things.
round.
Yeah.
On you.
I'm not begging for money,
you
but thank
above
you
it
for the
yet?
1,000 bits. Am I above it yet? Anyway, gonna repost a comment you made earlier on transphobia. Don't know if anyone read it, but on this subject, you had a large disagreement in a friend's Discord channel with two people who were displaying some transphobic mentalities. One of them claiming there are guys out there pretending to be girls to trap guys as a scam, which is a whole thing we could get into. And when I spoke against it, someone else brought up, as a sort of defense, a movie called Sleepaway Camp. If you don't know that movie, I do not know it, actually. Okay, that's the whole thing about guys pretending. This is guys pretending to be girls thing. All right. Let's come back to this topic. And yeah, movies are not real life, exactly. Let's come back to this topic. Yarrow, thank you for the $10 in bits, you legend. Thank you so kindly. All she did that is remotely sexual is prostitution and also tattooing a minor. Okay. You're technically homeless, Dis? The amount of homelessness / poverty within the queer community in Australia is disgusting, which is not at all surprising, sadly. The boob fund is fucked at least. Well, yeah, like if something goes sideways, the titties aren't happening. If my car breaks, which I don't have my car yet. I'm annoyed with this. I was supposed to have a car on the 27th. We still don't have it yet. We've paid for the fucking thing, but COVID delays have... It's an American slasher film franchise consisting of 5 films, one of which was not fully completed. The franchise primarily focuses on trans serial killer Angela Baker and the murders she commits largely at summer camps. Ew. Hello, polished cryptid. How you going? Alright, what's the problem with guys pretending to be girls? I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with cross-dressing inherently. But a lot of people have this perception. Like, has there ever been an actual case of a man, and I mean a man, pretending to be a woman to trap men? Because it seems like that's pretending to be a woman to trap men or trap other women, apparently. It seems like this is largely a fabrication from fiction. You know, which was... catch you later, Skylar. Have a good one. Yeah, like it seems like a huge fabrication that has been blown up by... what's the phrase I'm looking for? God, I can't think of it. Mainstream media is just what I'm thinking of generally, but there's been movies, there's been books. J.K. Rowling's most recent book is about that very subject. It's about a cross-dressing serial killer that wears the skin of his victims or some shit. And she says she's not a transphobe. And that whole notion is transphobic by its very definition. Because it's the same thing with what we're going to come back to just after the break. And we'll talk more about mate and stuff like that in a minute, because that's a weird one. But for me personally, it reads a bit gendered, but not really. But again, if someone doesn't want you to call them something and they say, please don't call me that, you should respect that. Anyway, let's come back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to take a break. We've got some news stories to cover, and we've got some other subjects to discuss. And we'll be back very, very shortly. I love your faces. Mwah. I'm back, all you queers and people who are not queer. I mean, we may take a few piss takes at the cis hets every so often, but you're welcome here, as long as you're not an asshole. You know. Think I can afford gender in this economy? What have you folks been talking about? You missed my face with my weird lines and whatever this is supposed to be. You like my break music? I mean, it's just my background music turned up, really. Abby's pronouns are she and her, and if you want to have your pronouns show in Twitch chat, at least on PC, I don't think it works on mobile, you can do that too. Missed half the stream again, that's alright, JMM. It's worth noting, I've got a YouTube channel. I think there are a few streams missing on there, but if you click that second link, you will see all of my previous VODs. Most of them, actually. I think some of them are... some of them are not available to watch because they got copyright stuff in them, so I just haven't bothered with any of those. They're fucked. Forget them. But anyway. You know, if you miss a stream, generally speaking, sub to Rogue Offline and you can watch. Yeah, the sub count on there is nice. Oh, we hit 1,470 subscribers on my main channel as well, which is cool. Anyway. Alright, shall we discuss? Whiskey and Coke might get yourself some. Yeah, exactly, got whiskey and Coke. You got it? No, that was quick. Nice. Well done. Speedrun. You have a YouTube channel, but you never use it because you're a lazy fuck. I mean, to be fair, creating content for YouTube is hard. It's really, really difficult. It's especially if you want to create regular YouTube content that is consistent, stays within a certain niche, and always talks about, you know, you want to try to build content in a certain specific avenue. You can't just make content about fucking whatever, or you'll never get anywhere. That's why I've kind of refined my content down the avenue of making specifically trans-related videos. And right now, we're going to record one, if you want. I think we should record one. Because we usually do this on stream. We usually do. I'm going to hit the record button right now. And we are going to have a bit of a chit-chat about something that has recently come up in the trans discourse. Can you guess what it is? No, it's not the Wii Spa thing. I'm not doing a follow-up video on that shit, at least until we have all the details, maybe. But for those of you who are not aware of it, there's another transgender MMA fighter out there in the world. Can you guess what happened when she recently won her first bout? Can you imagine what happened? Yeah, I know. Ew, MMA. Fucking gross. Aren't there a bunch of them? There may well be. I don't know. But this has become news apparently for some reason. What was I gonna say? So yeah, Alyssa McLaughlin has recently won her pro MMA debut. Transphobes went crazy. What was it? She was ex-Special Forces or something like that, which is not really relevant, but people keep bringing it up. It's like, oh, this ex-Special Forces transgender person went and beat the shit out of a woman. But the transgenders are doing a sport. How dare they? Yeah, there's this article, transgender fighter Alana McLaughlin, which is this one here with the pink hair. In case you couldn't tell by the trans flag and trans genocide shirt that she's wearing. But I suppose, like, there may be a bunch of them in MMA, but the second openly transgender woman has competed in professional mixed martial arts. Alana McLaughlin, a former member of the U.S. Army Special Forces, is now a successful pro MMA fighter after... I stumbled there. MMA fighter after winning her debut Friday evening at Combat Global Perez vs. Roa. The featherweight fight was the first bout on the prelims. The event took place in Miami and aired on Paramount+. It was the first time a trans athlete competed under the Combate Global banner, and only the second openly transgender athlete to compete in MMA. Fallon Fox, who last competed in 2014, was the first and helped McLaughlin on her journey in MMA competition. She was also cage side for the fight. Mortal Kombat. The first round was a back-and-forth battle with both women finding success striking. However, McLaughlin was rocked and hurt from a clean punch, but she made it through to see the second round. McLaughlin... This is the thing, right? I heard from people who actually watched the fight that she seemed to be kind of struggling throughout a fair bit of the fight. Like, hurt from a clean punch. Like, you know, it seemed like this was a pretty back and forth fair fight, all things considered. Like, I've been reading the comments. I don't know why. Oh, combat. Would it be combate or what would it be? It's Spanish for combat. Okay. But, like, everything I've heard about this is that it was from people who've watched it, and maybe I'll watch it just to... I don't know how fights go. I wouldn't be able to make any specific judgments as I'm not familiar with the sport. But, you know, all the comments I've heard of people who are actually critical of the situation, people who are actually... And when I say critical, I mean people who are actually observing and making fair judgments on it, have said that it seemed like it was a pretty back and forth fight with McLaughlin not really gaining much ground until she got the opponent on the ground, I think. McLaughlin quickly shifted the fight back to her favor and found her path to victory by securing a takedown in the second round. After getting her opponent to the canvas, she was able to work her way to the back and sink in a rear naked choke to win the second round, to earn the second round submission. And of course, you know, people are bringing up the fact, it's a man choking out a woman. Anyway, we'll get into the specific umbrage around this thing, but here's a face after the event. On Saturday, McLaughlin addressed her supporters and critics in a statement on Instagram. Good morning, friends, supporters, and others. I'm getting a lot of variations of the same nasty messages calling me a cheater like I didn't just get beat on for a round and a half. You'll need to show Silene Legrande. I think that's her opponent. I'm pretty sure. Let me have a look. Yeah, Celine Provost. Some respect and take your concern trolling elsewhere. She almost finished me more than once, and on scorecards, she definitely won that first round. This is the only post I'll make about this. Transphobes are just making my block hand stronger. McLaughlin, 38, who trains out of MMA Masters in Florida, is now 1-0 in her pro career and hopes her story as a transgender athlete will inspire others. The fact of the matter is, I'm at the beginning and 38, McLaughlin said when speaking with The Guardian. I want to go as far as I can, but I really want to help normalize trans people in sports. This fight will start my contribution. McLaughlin was fully tested and cleared for competition by the Florida State Athletic Commission, according to ESPN. So, you know, the professional body who actually judges these things has said she's okay. But a whole bunch of armchair wankers on the internet have torn into this whole situation. As they are wont to do. In particular, this bloke. Trans women in MMA is like The Incredibles when the fast kid runs a race but has to purposely slow down to seem normal. That's such a common argument too. You'd pay good money for me to have a segment on 7 News. Oh, really? 7 News? 7 News? Anyway. Oh, Portuguese, not Spanish. Okay. Slash poll, Lady Necro, not exclamation mark poll. But yeah, MMA has a huge issue with transphobia. Yeah, like, I mean, fair play that, you know, the second transgender athlete should get some news coverage for winning their bout, of course. But the problem is it's always blown way out of proportion. I never hear about MMA fights unless it's... And I know MMA is huge, right? But whenever it's a transgender person competing in MMA, suddenly it's mainstream news. You know, all the other MMA news would be relevant to people in that space, but the moment it's a transgender fighter, suddenly it's mainstream news. And no, I probably wouldn't do cage fighting. I'm a bitch. What? I'm a sissy little bitch. There's no way in hell I would get into a ring with anyone, into a cage with anyone. Personally blame Joe Rogan platforming transphobes on his podcast while being the MMA commentator and interviewer. And he's been, he's literally been one of the people who has...
On you.
Yarrow! That's 4 5s. That's 5,555 bits. That's a lot of bits. Jesus. Thank you. But yeah, like Joe Rogan has been one of those people who has put forth the platform of, that's a man, especially with Fallon Fox. And I think there was another one. There was another fighter. And I dare say he's going to commentate on this. Just wait for it. But like he's one of the main reasons anyone has any issue with this. He's one of the main reasons that people have this attitude of like, that's a man. They have a biological advantage. They've got thicker wrists or some other bullshit. As if any other sport has no physiological advantages regarding the athletes, even if all the athletes are the same biological sex, if you want to use that definition, right? Sports, by their very definition, are unfair. And I've done this video already to death So instead of like rehashing all of those points, we're going to go ahead here and take a look at this bloke here, Jake Shields, who posted this tweet, which is just literally a trans timeline of Alana, which I don't think he had permission to post, which makes me feel really weird. Like, am I allowed to even show this? Because this is the women MMA fighter. It should say woman MMA fighter. They just allowed to beat up a girl in Florida. Alana fought a woman in a competitive sporting event that both she and her opponent agreed to. So both parties, and it's not as though her opponent was not aware that she's a transgender woman. She was made well aware of that fact. You know, I'm pretty sure at this point, and Jake Shields also misgendered her deliberately. He did. And, like, he misgenders her here, the women MMA fighter, so brave of her to transition, then live her life. There's another tweet a little bit later on, where he literally refers to her as a her and says, oh yeah, well she's hot now, but that still doesn't make it not unfair. I'll have to find it. It's in there somewhere. It's hilarious. But the thing that annoys me about this is, like, so brave of her to transition and then live her dream of beating up women. It's like, literally, legitimately, what I want to know what they think transition is. I want to know what they actually I want one of these people to legitimately explain to me how they think transition works. Because I guarantee you, nobody, not a single fucking trans person is transitioning just to beat somebody at sports. That's not what is happening. Like, nobody's transitioning to, like, beat up women in a cage specifically. And, like, it's completely... What's the phrase I'm looking for here? It's like... Their argument often distinctly overlooks all of the medical processes needed to transition. And the fact that you have to go through rigorous testing, like was mentioned in the article. You need to qualify in a lot of ways to even be a trans competitor. And then, of course, you know, who's going to go through all of the ridiculous social stigma, all of the hate attached to you, especially if you become a public figure like an athlete? Who's going to want to go through all of that just to win? I don't know how much money she would have won from this fight, but it's not UFC. As far as I know, it's not a very big division that she won. And she wasn't like a title card fight or anything like that. So, yeah, anyway. The two photos look so different. I mean, yeah, by the way, can we talk about how sick that fucking ink is? But, like, there's this other tweet that I found earlier, actually, that's much the same. It's like, it's a pretty astronomical commitment to have gender-affirming surgery and years of hormone therapy, go through additional scrutiny and excessive abuse and ridicule just to fight for a few $100, if that, in a different gender MMA division. Do you even logic, bro? Like, that's one of the main things. That's the main thing. It's like, no one's transitioning just to beat women up in a cage. No one is doing this. It's not a thing that is happening. People are transitioning because they are trans and they want to transition. You know, look at her right. Yeah, she got more ink since transitioning. Yeah, I love the chest tattoos though. Those look sick. Yeah, no, sadly I didn't transition to beat women at sports because I have no interest in sports generally. But we're going to talk about this anyway because it's stupid. What do they even think MMA is? You go into it literally expecting to be beaten up. Yeah, that's always a stupid thing too. Is like, again, like we mentioned earlier, both competitors, you know, her opponent knew she was trans. Both competitors are agreeing to the fight. Both competitors are in the same weight division. And, what is it? She meets all the criteria.
Thank you for
Bams, thank you for the
membership.
Tier 1.
Hi, Abby.
Also, let me get back up a second. Yarrow has earned the 75k bits badge. Had to get the green bit badge. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the tier 1, Vamps. Thank you so kindly. Can I transition to beat up men? I mean, this is the thing that never gets considered. And I mentioned this in the sports video. I'm just going to keep referring back to the sports video. If you want to find my arguments in a more structured format, just go watch sports again. It literally covers every single problem with this. But the main thing is, like, they never, ever, 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 ever consider the fact that there are trans man athletes who have been winning at their sports. there are trans male athletes, i.e. people born with vaginas, that have been winning at their sports. But that's never a factor. You know, people in athletic competition are gonna win or lose based on different factors. It's not always cut and dry like every single person born with a penis is going to obliterate every single person born with a vagina. It also plays into a very strictly misogynistic attitude that cis women can't do anything. They're just weak, frail little babies. It's ridiculous. It's completely infantilizing. Anyway, but if we go back to Shields' timeline, like, you can look, as a result of being on HRT for, I don't know how long Alana's been on HRT, but I had a similar, I didn't have this build, mind you, but, you know, I would say the loss of mass is pretty comparable to how I've lost mass. I was packing on pretty serious muscle before, and once I started HRT, especially T blockers, I started losing, and this is like coupled with, you know, a change in diet as well and all that, but realistically speaking, like, HRT does have a pretty significant impact on your ability to retain muscle, on your ability to even have muscle in the first place. And, like, let's just think about, if they're going to say, for example, that testosterone gives you thicker wrists or some other nonsense. That's just a genetic factor. Like, cis women can have thicker wrists. Losing mass like I emit Hawking radiation. Arm tat in the right picture there. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, hey. But yeah, like, I mean, I've lost a significant amount of muscle mass. And I've lost a significant amount of mass in general. Excuse me, since being on HRT. And that's just what happens. You know, that's how this works. And your body changes so much that I've lost grip strength. You might have heard this from a bunch of trans women that, you know, I think I need help to open jars these days. It fucking sucks. Like, a lot of things change. There's a dramatic element of things shifting away from what they used to be when you're on HRT, especially long enough and on the right dose enough, and, you know, your hormone levels are in a certain range that competitive organizations find legitimate for you to compete in. You know, couldn't open a jar this morning. There you go. It's like, HRT does a lot. It's literally reverse steroids. A lot of, like, I've done a bit of research on trans athletes, and they've had this sentiment of, I have to train that much harder and put in that much more effort to get anywhere close to competing with the cis women in the same sport, namely cycling and running and even weightlifting, you know. Anyway, here's your flags. Us. Anyway, we'll come back. This one here, yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah, this continues on Jake Shields' tweet in just a second. But who mentioned all these sport commentators ridicule AMAB athletes for beating women, then say the wage gap isn't real and treat their wives like dogs? Yeah, I tweeted before something to the effect of, like, how many of these dudes who say trans women are transitioning just to beat women are actually the kind of person to beat women after their favorite sports team loses? Because that's a prominent issue in sports. Saw a vid recently that was a really good breakdown scientifically of the gender sports dynamic, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that women have higher fat to muscle ratios, where men have more muscle with less fat, and it's affected by hormones. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's kind of my problem. Is, like, I've lost a lot of fat. I've lost a lot of fat too, but I've lost a lot of muscle. Lost a lot of strength, and it's really incredibly hard to get back to anywhere near what I was before. But yeah, here we go again. I reported this tweet. Oh, okay. I remember. Yeah, I remember this part. So it's worth taking a few minutes to read her story, which we could go through if you want. I don't care if he had a rough upbringing. It's not an excuse to beat up girls. She is not beating up girls. She got into a competitive contracted fight with a woman. Other men not beat up women. That's not how that... yeah, misgendering a trans person is a breach of Twitter's terms of service. Didn't misgender her when he said she was hot, though. Maybe telling. It's like, she looks hot. Can someone tell me where she got her bikini? Thanks in advance. No doubt she got much hotter, but still not my type. Fuck. I'm sorry, I just had to bring that bit. No, thank you for linking that. I had that here in my document, but yeah, thank you for linking that. It's anyway. Continuing on. So yeah, and he's no one's type either, really. And as was covered in the sports video, there are significant barriers to athletic competition when you're a trans person. Like, you need to meet significant, like, hormone requirements. Hormone testing needs to be done regularly. In a lot of sports, you need to have had gender confirmation surgery. I am not sure if that's still true, but I have heard, generally speaking, you do need to have had proper full GCS to even, which is weird to consider, but you know, I guess I understand, because the way the genitalia is structured can have an impact on hormone production. And like, a lot of people look at a lot of transphobes focusing on this issue use the self-ID thing. They go straight for the self-ID thing, and they think what's happening, and I mentioned this before, like, how do they think transition works? What they think is happening is that it's just some man saying, I'm a woman, I want to compete with the women, like that episode of Futurama with Bender at the Robot Olympics. They just think it's literally just self-ID. It's just like, I'm a woman now, let me compete in the women's division. And that's not how it works. There's so many hoops to jump through to even be able to compete in the first place. So, yeah. And South Park did the same thing as well. So yeah, no men are just saying they're a woman to compete against women. That's not a thing that's happening. It's just not a thing that's happening. Meanwhile, no one talks about fighters like Vitor and Bigfoot going on male hormones to up their natural testosterone to combat aging or other problems, like cis men taking tests to literally compete, which is just PEDs basically. They're taking PEDs to compete, performance enhancing drugs. And let's not beat around the bush here. Sports is not fair. No sport is fair. MMA is not fair. None of these things are fair. And whenever somebody's like, oh, they just go in there to beat up women, it's like the whole point of the competition, woman versus woman in this circumstance, is for either person to beat the shit out of the other person. That's literally the whole point. You're not saying anything by saying, oh, they're going into the cage, like this one's going in there to beat the shit out of that one. That's literally the sport. Why are you criticizing the main thing about the sport? So there was also a tweet in those threads somewhere where someone countered it, where someone countered the cis competitor's comment on how she trains with cis guys regularly, that in training they don't hit or kick each other, which shows that dweeb has never done martial arts if they think that. Let's have a look. Okay, he meant this part. I train with men that are stronger than me all the time, said the 35-year-old Provost, a school teacher in the Paris suburbs. It doesn't bother me at all. We need to show that MMA is an inclusive sport. Training doesn't involve kicks and elbows to the face. Tell me you don't do martial arts without telling me you don't do martial arts. I think I'm missing some context here. What? I'm confused about how that's... I don't know. I mean, I guess I get it. Oh, you're referring to Yarrow. Okay. I see what you mean. I think I get the point. Anyway. But yeah, I want to bring up Jasmine's thread on this because I feel like my thoughts are all over the place because I just want, this annoys me. This stupid shit annoys the fuck out of me, so I can't get my head straight on this particular subject. I hope this turns out to be an okay video, but it's just frustrating to go through this thing again, like, because if you go check the comments on the New York Post article, don't do that, by the way. That's a bad idea. That's a really bad idea. Bunch of idiots. But yeah, Jasmine's got a good thread here. Anyone that thinks Alana had any significant physical advantage in this fight probably also thinks that all cis women fighters look like Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow or something. I guarantee with no context, most people would look at this picture and assume Celine is the trans woman. What do you think? I want to know your thoughts. Okay, so that one of these athletes is trans. Who do you think is the one that's trans? You know, without the context. Which is a silly thing. Like, it leads into passing culture, but let's be real with ourselves here. Let's be honest with ourselves here. Just finish the burger in your food coma. Sounds good. It's a it's a toss-up. But Vitor and Bigfoot has support and permission. Like Joe Rogan has interviewed men he knows are legally on hormones. So why is he okay to discuss cis dudes on tests but not trans women on hormones? It's so silly. They both look very bitch and fit. But yeah, like I mean, realistically, it could be either or, in my opinion. If you didn't have the context of knowing it was her, it could be either one of them, honestly. And yeah, as was mentioned, cannot stress this enough, this was an MMA fight. It was consensual between the two parties, and the point is to beat the shit out of someone. Have people never seen what fighters, even winners, look like after a bout? And content warning injuries. So like, yeah, people get the shit kicked out of them. You know, this is the sport. The sport is violence. Why are people surprised, you know? Injuring and getting injured is part of it. Look at these results of various bouts between cis women, some of whom actually won their respective fights. All I can hear from this concern trolling is the old women are too delicate to be in MMA bullshit, which is always the case. It's always like trying to strip away the agency of cis women by babying them, effectively. That's what it is. It's like, these cis women are going to have a biological disadvantage, but then if you don't give those cis women the opportunity to prove that wrong, then you're just treating them like children and trying to shy them away from the world. Trans and you cannot pay me enough to fight either of those. Yeah, exactly. Also, no shade at Celine, but it's not like Alana beat the best of the best that women's MMA has to throw at her. Pro results. So Celine Provost MMA fight record. Yeah, it's like... and I had never even heard of this league before, so it's more than likely not a not pro league, but not like a big, huge league with the elite of the elite fighting in it, you know? Giving away height means giving away reach. That's a significant disadvantage when you're up against a striker, yeah. As a trans person, I feel like I can tell the girl on the right is what. But that's the thing is, like, honestly looking at her, you take away this segment over here, that just looks like a buff cis woman to me personally. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but maybe it's because I've spent so long in the community around, not in the community, but like following bodybuilding and following people who generally strive for fit physiques, that I've seen plenty of cis women who are that kind of stocky, almost fridge-like build. You know, they're just like built like a brick house kind of thing. I'm used to seeing that. It's not an unfamiliar sight to me. So I look at her and I'm just like, well, she could be cis in my view. She's just a butch-looking woman, you know. Even in your amateur Aikido group, which is about the most gentle martial art you can find, 16 stone ass got flip thrown by cis women. Picture on the left just looks like someone who liked the tats so much they went and got them as well. I mean, yeah. They treat the fight as an inherently disrespectful thing also. The women from those photos he just showed were hugging each other between matches and just being super supportive and good to each other. Yeah, it feels like I've seen a lot of like post-match celebrations or post-round. Like I don't watch fighting, but I've seen a bunch of little clips of fighters, people who are literally stepping into a ring to beat the shit out of each other. And there seems to be a lot of camaraderie and good sportsmanship there. And it's like, the fans themselves are the most toxic part of the entire thing. Whereas you would think, you know, this whole thing of aggression and violence and all that would breed hatred toward one another. And of course there is the whole trash talking thing that often comes before these fights. But just generally speaking, it seems like there's a lot of good sportsmanship there. And that's kind of a really... kind of heartwarming, I suppose. If I didn't know one was trans, it would be something that would probably cross my mind. Compare her to other MMA females like Chris Cyborg. Plenty of cis women look like her. Let's look at what Chris Cyborg. Yeah. Honestly, like, let me. Is this a good photo? This looks like a good photo. Yeah, exactly. Like, just jacked and tanky and thick, like. This is what I'm talking about. This is like cis. You know? People who get really into this shit, people who get absolutely tanky jacked, male or female, biological or whatever, you know, they just end up looking a certain way. And if nothing else, that kind of proves how effective HRT can be. We're blowing up the gender ideology, exactly. Talking bodybuilding reminds me of the chud trad masculinity, people saying how terrible God of War Thor is, and people replying to them showing pictures of all the competitors in World's Strongest Men. I love that. That's so good. The look. Hello, Pixie. How you going? I'm glad you like the look. Biologically jacked. Anyway, and this is entirely anecdotal. Let's come back to Jasmine's thread really quick. But in my martial arts classes, I've seen grown men getting their asses handed to them by 5'5" women. Pre-transition, I was one of those men who had the skills to turn an opponent's weight and size against them. Hell, the best and most dangerous martial artist in my circle of friends is a cis woman. She started learning at the same time as half my cis male friends. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump the mic there. And it is a regular joke that she has injured each one of them semi-seriously at some point or another. Does size and weight matter when fighting? Yeah, there's a lot of styles that focus on just overwhelming your opponent, but there's also a lot of styles that work more off correct positioning, coordination, and knowledge. Most of these minimize the impact of strength. Exactly. So, a lot of the people arguing against transgender MMA fighters, Jasmine is really cool, are people who are looking at this purely from a functional strength perspective, purely from a physical power perspective. Now, with regards to the explosive power of powerlifting, you know, I can see maybe that argument making some semblance of sense. And this is the problem with the transphobes in MMA, the transphobia towards trans athletes narrative, is there is a slight minor semblance of some legitimate argument in there when you consider that people born with natural testosterone are likely to have higher explosive strength levels, which helps with powerlifting mainly, helps with like strength training and that kind of thing. But you must also consider the fact that a lot of those advantages dissipate once HRT comes into the equation. So I was going to reference back to Laurel Hubbard here. It's like Laurel Hubbard may have had that innate explosive strength advantage to an extent originally, but that didn't matter when it came to her competing at the Olympics because she still lost. She didn't even place in the competition. And that's the thing, is like, okay, we've seen a transgender MMA fighter win her first bout, but we've also just seen a transgender woman go to the Olympics in a competition where, by all transphobe logic, she should have won because of that explosive strength factor, and yet she lost. So that means the entire argument just falls apart, because that's the only element they have, is that testosterone gives some innate advantage, despite the fact that once you take that testosterone away, the vast, and I mean hugely significant, like 99% of the advantage goes away. If there is a tiny amount of advantage left, obviously it is insignificant enough to be outweighed by other factors. So it's a non-argument. They don't have any legitimate arguments against transgender athletes. The only argument they have is this idea of self-IDing as a woman to go and beat women at sports. But that's not how it works either. There are so many issues wrong with this argument. And if you want more details on this particular subject, I urge you to go check out my sports video, because I'm very proud of that one. I'm hoping to top that video with my next video, but you know, I'm just gonna go back to that. But just generally speaking, the fairness argument never makes any sense, considering how many sports are purely predicated upon people having a certain build that is affected by genetics and not affected by training and diet or any of those kind of things. Basketball. I'm just gonna bring it back to the basketball thing every single time. Basketball. You know, if basketball was to be fair, they would have a height limit of like 6 foot, but they don't. Look at the majority of the best basketballers. They are tall motherfuckers, because that's a distinct advantage. Sports has never been designed to be fair. It's a stupid argument. Elite sports is also such a ridiculous border case too. What does my head in is people getting salty about school sports and stuff where you're in a team of people with all kinds of sizes and stuff anyway. I forget who mentioned this, but there was a case where like this was an anecdote a person shared, where like they were going into early high school sports, like 13 and 14-year-olds, and some of the boys on the boys team had shot up with puberty. They'd gotten huge and broad and muscly and thick and bulky and all that. And there were a bunch of other boys on the team who were having like a late onset puberty, basically. So they were like scrawny and weak and tiny, and they're all competing together. Like, school sports doesn't make any fucking sense with regards to fairness. This discussion around fairness in school sports makes no sense at all. Because people going through puberty are going through it at different rates, and they're going to be experiencing different things, and it's just literally stock standard transphobia. That's all it ever is. That's all the discussion ever is around trying to protect women and girls sports. It's just transphobia. It's just trying to exclude trans people via any means necessary. And the issue is, to most people, to most rational, logical, common sense people, they will see the arguments and they go, oh yeah, like, yeah, men and boys are stronger than girls and women, so it's not fair. But they don't think about it. The video is just titled Sports. Yeah. And transphobia is just extreme gender essentialism. It is. As someone who did judo for 12 years, weight itself matters more than strength, but it doesn't matter if you're in the same ballpark. Obviously, it is hard to even move someone twice your size, but that's not what we're talking about, and technique matters a lot more. Remember the time they stopped gender segregating skeet shooting and all the women ones, so they made it segregated again? I do remember reading about that. Also, yeah, Yarrow, good point to bring up that professional sports is not remotely fair either biologically or socioeconomically. That's a very important factor to consider, is the socioeconomic factor. A lot of the elite athletes you see come from elite athletic backgrounds where, either elite athletic backgrounds where their parents and grandparents were already elite athletes that made it, and then have wealth behind them that can then be contributed to that child succeeding even further in that sport and then going on to become an elite athlete themselves. So that socioeconomic factor of like having rich parents, basically, or just generally having rich parents, even if that rich parent is not an athlete themselves. People who have the tools necessary, i.e. the income necessary to make things work better for them, to access better training, better diet, all these other things, Why do the countries who spend the most money on their Olympic athletes win the most medals? That's really weird. What a coincidence. We have a content warning for sports because sports are kind of evil. This doesn't come on the back of talking about how wonderful cis women are for doing well at this sport. This comes on the back of telling cis women they're shit at being women for doing the sport in the first place. That's a good point, Elvish Cat. It's a very good point. It's like, it's literally just trashing, like, any time the transphobia comes into the discussion, it just serves to make cis women in the sport look bad too. It's like they're not strong enough to fight trans women, or they're not strong enough to compete against trans women. It's literally just, like I mentioned before, it's just infantilizing. It's just demeaning cis women, taking away their own agency, taking away their ability, saying they're too weak and too frail and too fragile. It's painting a lot of biological essentialist ideas. Asthmatic, it's totally unfair that non-asthmatics are allowed to compete in sports. They should be banned for having an unfair advantage. Where are we? Hang on. Just listening along, love this topic. I'm fully supportive of both trans women and trans men in sports, and only want to stand with them in their take on this issue. Because even though I'm non-binary, I'm still new to this topic and have no idea how to understand what view I need to have, if that makes sense. I only understand it being fine for trans women and men to be in their categories regardless. Well, that's what we were talking about before. It's like trans women in sporting competition required to have been on HRT for a certain length of time. Generally, at least in the Olympics, they're required to have had gender confirmation surgery. And there are a number of trans male athletes out there as well who often get overlooked in the discussion about trans athletes because it doesn't fit the transphobic narrative that there are trans men out there who are, and again, trans men referring to assigned female at birth people who have transitioned, to men, and have been on, testosterone and all of these kinds of things. Thank you, Yara, for linking the sports video, by the way. They never consider the fact that there are assigned female at birth people who've gone into sports as trans men and have won. They never consider that because it debunks it debunks their entire narrative that somebody assigned female at birth can't compete with somebody assigned male at birth. That shuts them up. Well, it should shut them up, ideally. It should. 10 out of 10 chaotic, good-looking succubus. Thank you so kindly. Ren, how you doing? All these conservative ideals are comorbid with each other. That they are. On socioeconomic factors and people coming from privilege, in soccer/football, and I'd imagine other sports, they can come from exploited regions of poverty where kids are persuaded to leave school to join sports academies, and then those who do rise up and become stars do so at the expense of hundreds of uneducated kids who didn't make it. Yeah, well, exactly. Trans men always seem to be... trans men are almost never a part of transgender-related discussions in general, and that actually, honestly, really pisses me off. For a number of reasons. I don't want trans men to face abuse. I don't want trans men to face the harassment that is largely directed at trans women when it comes to this discussion. But it actually, if any of the people who are really legitimately concerned with the trans issue, which they shouldn't be, why are they almost never discussing trans men? It's a coupling of... It's trans misogyny. Let's just call that what it is. It's trans misogyny by and large, but there are certainly a few like gender crit types. Abigail Schreier is a big example, where they talk about like stolen lesbians or they're stealing our girls away and mutilating them and all that sort of thing. And yet they see them as women. That's the thing. It's like they see trans men as confused lesbians, as stolen lesbians, and all that kind of nonsense. Which, of course, is also just projecting a sexuality on that person that they have no idea of that person's sexuality. And that's why you'll always try to include the trans men you know in these discussions, like Babbling Goat. Babbling Goat is wonderful. Babbling Goat is absolutely lovely. I'm going to do a shout out right there. He's awesome. He's fucking awesome. But yeah, like it's very complicated because, you know, the majority of the transphobic discourse that we see is directed at trans women by and large because they think that the trans issue is just a bunch of men wearing dresses and makeup and barging into women's toilets and women's sports leagues and all those kind of things saying, I'm a woman and this is my woman's body. And like, that's the end of the discussion for them, for the most part. But anyway, we can continue talking about trans stuff, but we've gotten off the sports thing. So I'm going to wrap this here. I've already been recording for 39 minutes. So if you're watching this on YouTube, please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and all that good stuff. And if you have any hateful comments, go fuck yourself. I'll see you when I'm looking at you. Here at twitch.tv/AbigailBeck. There we go. Big bull seal. We can continue that. We've got more to discuss on this. We're not done yet. We've got more to do. Excuse me. And I did all of that while drinking whiskey. Smooth transition, just like mine. Morning, Luminous Night. How you going? Whiskey. We got some Johnny Red at the moment. Where also feel like men aren't regularly judged based on their masculinity, whereas women are judged more based on their femininity. That's a good point. However, I will say men are definitely judged based on their masculinity in numerous ways, but the judgments are a bit different. Like women are judged more severely. Like obviously misogyny is a very significant problem in society, but patriarchal misandry is also a big thing. Where like men who do not fit the typical mold of what a man is are often targeted for that, are often derided for that, which is an awful thing, of course. You have to go to class. Radio, Clara, have a good one. But yeah, like, men are definitely shamed for not being manly enough. Like the idea that men don't cry, exactly. Or if you see a man wearing makeup or a man wearing a dress or any of those kind of things. Or even just a masculine presenting non-binary person or whatever. But like one of the most obvious things I like to bring up in this specific discussion is if you see a man wearing a dress, like the Harry Styles thing, it's non-manly. It's like, what do you think, you're a girl or something? F-slur. All that, like they'll play up the whole, oh, you're being so girly and womanly. What is this gay shit you're doing? What is this girly shit you're doing? But when it becomes a trans woman, when it's a transgender woman, all of a sudden it pivots to the other side and it's a man in a dress. So that whole, and we know exactly what this is. We know exactly what that particular bit of bullshit is. It's hypocritical, obviously, but it has nothing to do with any kind of concept of actual masculinity or femininity or anything like that. It's just deriding somebody for being different to what the derider thinks is male or female or what have you. You know, nothing manlier than a man who loves men, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Thought is toxic masculinity plays a huge role in a lot of issues. It definitely does. Don't know if it's as physical for men, but definitely men are highly policed for gay or girly behaviors, interests, feelings, words, truths. I mean, we cannot dismiss the reality that there are a lot of men who are faced with derision for not fitting a specific physical mold. We will say that. Namely, just being a bigger dude, being a big, tough, tall as well. Like being tall is respected among men, but being like muscular or even just being stocky or any of these things, men will very often make fun of a guy who is skinny, for example, or make fun of a guy who is short. But most certainly as well, like it also plays into emotions. Like if a man is particularly interested in, like you've mentioned, they're like gay or girly behaviors, interests, feelings, expressing their emotions, liking rom-coms, for example, you know, any of these other things, any of these other ideas. If a man doesn't fit very strict and specific masculinities, then they face a lot of social othering as a result of that. And honestly, I've seen a lot of men who would fit this mold of not being the most stereotypical man, and one of the most masculine things I've ever seen of any man is when those particular men are just like, fuck it, I'm going to be who I want to be anyway. I don't care if those other men are like, I'm not manly enough. That is one of the most manly things I've ever seen. And there are quite a few men I know who are like that. They're into pretty effeminate things, and they're open about their emotions, and they'll talk about these things rather than being angry. And that is one of the more manly things that I can think of, is not being so stoic and closed off and hyper macho and all those kinds of things, and judging other men for not being manly enough and all that. It's like the moment you go down that route of judging other men for not being manly enough, it's an intense reflection on your own insecurities, right? And that's, you know, that, I don't know. But like, skinny seems fine for men if they have muscle anorexia. Well, society. Guys can't wear pretty things. Me puts on bracelets with pink and purple beads. You what, mate? Or adult, like, yeah, adult. Mature. It's probably like mature, I suppose. But at the same time, like, I think there is a certain, I mean, this comes back around to the idea that masculinity is not one thing. There are different masculinities, of course. And in my opinion, a masculine man, the masculinity I value the most highly, is a masculine man is someone who embraces himself fully and truly and does not let anyone else's opinion of him tear down his identity. Anyway, let me come back. Okay with queer culture becoming mainstream like pop culture feminism as long as actual queer people are brought along for the ride. I agree with this. Actual Jake has a good take on masculinity. I'll have a look into that. I have been meaning to pick up a copy of Raywin Connell's Masculinities, because I've read a fair bit about it, and I know a fair bit about the ideas in masculinities, and I just really would like to read her actual work rather than, you know, comment on thoughts I've heard about it. Wondering if my preference for being a manly man aesthetic is my own jam, or if I feel less self-conscious due to conforming. I mean, that's a thing that I had a bit of an issue with for a good long while there, is like this performative masculinity, where I had to pretend as much as I could to be as male as possible, largely due to the idea of conforming to social conventions. I wanted to be that muscly dude who also always got around with a scowl and had a deep voice and had a beard and all of these other gender stereotypes that I thought, if I lean more and more and more into the masculinity, then the innate femininity will disappear, and I'll finally be comfortable because I fit the mold that society expects me to. Which is, I think a lot of cis men face that issue too. Is like they realize they've got sensitivities. They realize they've got things that are generally not perceived as masculine. They've got interests or whatever, and they don't embrace those for fear of being seen as girly, for fear of being seen as weak, because that idea is entrenched in young boys. You know, the moment like like a lot of young boys are taught, you know, the boys don't cry thing. A lot of young boys are taught they need to be stoic. A lot of young boys are taught they need to be assertive. They need to like push to be as manly as possible from the moment they can even walk. You know, it comes back around to what we were talking about before. If a boy scrapes his knee, you tell him to just get up, dust it off, don't cry about it. You know, it's awful, you know, but anyway. Simp for who you want, just don't force your stuff on others. Exactly. Always hesitate to point a finger and tell people how to identify. I'd rather be wrong at calling someone queer than wrong at calling someone straight. True. Which is a thing that comes back around to the Robin being bisexual thing. Somebody recently tried to sell to me this idea that, you know, Robin being made bisexual in the comics is actually a retcon, despite the fact that I made my point very well in the video that I published. That a lot of queer people hide their queerness so well even they don't realize it. You know, like this person wanted them to have written out an entire saga, right, around Robin coming to terms with his bisexuality before asking this boy on a date or whatever. And I'm just like, no, like the reality of the situation is whether it was written well or not is not the point. Robin being bisexual is still something that they're allowed to just throw in there, and it's still good representation, and it's not a retcon. Because a lot of queer people are often repressing their sexuality or their gender until they come to a point where it's like, it's just like a snap. You know, like egg cracking or coming out of the closet or any of those kind of things. IRL people are notoriously poorly written. And this is the funny thing, is like the guy was like, you're trying to compare a comic universe with the real world. It's like, dude, I hate to break it to you, but as ridiculous as comics can get, they are still some form of fantastical representation of real world things. Like, everyone who writes comics exists in the real world, and all of the things they write about are influenced by real world experiences. So like, hugs to appreciate the great conversation we are having. Oh, hugs. We get hugs. I'll take hugs. Oh, just give me one sec. I'm not wearing earbuds, am I? No. It's my earrings. By the way, I'm glad you like the earrings. Sorry, back. Oh, you've been a girl your whole life? Why didn't you say so earlier? Except Ricky Gervais, he can walk off a short... Yeah, long walk off a short cliff, exactly. Oh, what did I do? Oh, yeah, I'm back now. I was just hiding under the desk. It's not Dick Grayson's Robin, it's Tim Drake as Robin. It's not a retcon at all. Exactly. Plus, you know, what's really weird to me, which still stands out to me, is like people are surprised that Robin is queer. And I'm like, bro, you're shocked. Like, I'm sorry, but Robin, you're surprised. I'm just saying, like, Boy Wonder with the spandex tights, the like skin color or whatever it was. Really? Gee Willikers, Batman. Billionaire playboy and his ward. Anyway. Silly thing. Silly nonsense. Let me come back, because I see this quote here and I want to see what it is. Okay, so maybe it's a necessary step in... Oh, hang on. I'm sick to death of the vicious revolutionary sentiment of queerness being stripped down and reduced to a new demographic of rainbow consumerism. Shits me up the wall to no end. I agree with this, but it's maybe a necessary step in mainstream acceptance. Don't know, I'm never going to begrudge someone feeling good wearing rainbows. It can only help. Reminds me of older queers complaining that at Pride they had rocks thrown at them, so we don't understand what it's really like. We go through the struggle in order to make room for people to feel more comfortable. Torn between being accepted and remaining fringe. I mean, I can understand that. Like, I can understand not... do we want to be accepted by this pretty dog shit culture? Like, you know... if queer acceptance comes at the cost of the revolutionary ideas we propose, then it's shit. Well, yeah, that's the main thing, is, like... there are definitely queer people who have, like, gotten theirs and then pulled the ladder up behind them. You know what I mean? Like, even just the existence of LGB Alliance, for example, which I still very much question the veracity of LGB Alliance, but it definitely strikes as like, okay, we the homosexuals have gotten our rights, and now we're going to take away the rights of the transgenders because we got ours, you don't need yours. We're going to pull this ladder up behind us. Like, you know, once certain people get accepted as mainstream, they feel no more compulsion to push for those activist ideas, to push for that revolutionary idea. Like, yeah. Can I get an ace men and women? But yeah, like, I get that. I get that concept completely. It's like a part of me... I don't like being marginalized. I don't like being harassed all of the time. But it feels like in order to get anywhere, we have to still endure that oppression in the name of rallying for good ideas, rallying for change, making sure that things actually get fucking done, you know. LGBT Alliance likes to pretend to pull a ladder up behind them, but they don't even do that. They just attack trans people. Well, like, yeah, they do less than nothing. I think... wasn't there something recently... I think it was actually about the abortion debate. I don't know if this was specifically pertaining to the LGBT Alliance, but there are a number of organizations that are pretty obviously explicitly transphobic, but they masquerade as though... I think LGBT Alliance is actually one of these. They masquerade as though their argument against the trans thing is that they're trying to fight for the rights of women and girls, and yet when the abortion thing came into light, somebody searched those handles on Twitter and like Texas or abortion or any of those things and found that they hadn't said a single thing, no communication whatsoever about the Texas abortion ban. Which really, like, you would think if you were really an organization in favor of fighting for the rights of women and girls, you would say something, right? You would have some kind of opinion that you would want to put publicly on your platform, and yet conveniently, not a single thing. Not a single thing was mentioned. Very weird. Very strange. I would think if I was an organization that was barracking for women's rights, that I would say something about a Texas abortion ban, because that's pretty heinous, and it was not exactly like it was minor, off to the side, tucked away news. This was mainstream worldwide news. People are still talking about this shit because it's fucking heinous. And more to the point, let's clarify that, you know, this abortion ban does not just affect women and girls. It also affects trans men and non-binary people who can also have children, who can also get pregnant. So, you know. I actually found an interesting thing about the term LGBT. Apparently it was originally GLBT, but because of how much lesbians helped the rest of the community, especially with the AIDS issue, the gay community agreed to put the L in front. Yeah, I knew about that, yeah. Pretty cool little bit of fun queer history, which I was actually planning on doing a bit of like queer history stuff tonight. Hello, Le Crab Cakes, how's it going? This is the heart of the turf problem. Feminists trying not to lose the ground they've gained. Well, I mean, it's hard to argue they're even feminists is the thing. TERFs liking to claim themselves as feminists in the name of protecting women and girls, but this is the thing, is like they're not real. Giving transgender people rights is not taking away rights from women and girls. You know, just had some red wine after class and felt like dropping in. Well, welcome in, welcome in. Can bet the Conservatives are going to try and import that shit to Oz too, which worries me. It does, it really worries me, because we've been... You know, Australia tends to adopt certain ideas from across the world, but also, conveniently, Australia tends to not give a whole lot of a fuck. So any of those more reactionary ideas are just kind of like blasé. They kind of blow over. They don't really form movements, aside from the anti-vax thing, I suppose. But still, I am worried about people organising around transphobic ideas here in Australia. So far, I haven't seen much of it, but I don't doubt it exists. You know. They're not feminists, they're farts, I agree. Okay. Pretty much fit in that category too. As a 5-year-old, though, I didn't know any better. Just had this surgery done because I cried a lot. Why was... Wait. Back up. No, I was crying treated as a medical issue. That seems bizarre and cruel. That's weird. That's very unusual. Oh my goodness. That's awful. Like having a surgery done because of what? Oh my goodness. Does seem that like what America does imprints on the great. Yeah, like that's the main worry. And I mean, I don't live in the city, so I don't really see a lot of these things. I do try to keep on top of like social issues affecting Australia, and like I mentioned before, there was someone somewhere in Australia. I forget where exactly it was, but somebody posted on the Transgender AU subreddit about how they saw a march of TERFs through the marching through the streets. Sorry. I don't know how many there were. I don't think it was described in the thread how many there were exactly. I can't imagine it being too many. I don't think it was like a huge full-on protest. But it is worrying that, you know, there are going to be people with picket signs out, you know, saying, we support the rights of women and girls. Those dirty trannies are trying to take away our rights and blah, 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 blah. We spar, whatever. Ugh. I'm so sick and tired of it. Anyway. At the very least, the main thing we have to worry about with regards to transphobic legislation in this country is Mark Latham's effective ignorance in education bill. Oh, did you want to flex? Oh, is that what you want? Hey, am I allowed to show off my, ew, my hairy armpits. Am I allowed to show off my traps? Puss. There you go. Ow, that actually hurt. That was a bit too much of a flex. Eyes emoji. Thought guns were banned in Australia. Ah! Oh, I just hooked my finger on that and pulled down. No, fuck. Can't. Oh my god, I hope I haven't torn that. Jesus. Oh, I'm not bleeding, am I? No, I'm okay. Oh, these are already heavy too. Oh, goodness. Looking great. Thank you, Vamps. Australian culture is mostly a non-committal kind of, oh yeah, when it's good. Yeah, pretty much. Kind of a young relative to the rest of the world. We don't have millennia steeped in ritual. We, in the sense of post-colonial Australia, have so much potential to be a clean slate of how good things could be, but we're bogged in mistrust and wanting to be like others. True. Oh, dude, don't tell me about halal snack packs. I can't get one at the moment, and I really want one. The only place that does them near me is closed for COVID, as far as I know. And it fucking sucks. I really want a HSP, and I can't fucking get one. It's killing me. You have no idea. Also, this... Hang on. I don't know if you can hear this. Ah, I'm losing my horns. A HSP is a halal snack pack where they've got like shaved meats on top of chips with like different sauces or gravy or whatever. You might go to bed, Fox. Have a good one. And Kalandra as well. Have a good one. Both of you have a good night. These earrings are amazing, but holy fuck, they're just like... I think what I need to do is like stop wearing the collar with these earrings. Because, like, they're clanging together all the time, and it's, like, driving me wild. It's cute, but it's fucking triggering my sensory overload like crazy. No, these are real horns. It's just sometimes they like to go back on my head for some reason. Call me an Australian, but I figure if you're going to a kebab shop, you're better off just getting a kebab. I mean, I feel like a kebab, too. I want a kebab, I want a HSP, I want a crepe, I want all of it. I want the whole menu. Not taking a hard debate style stance on the issue. I'm just passing on something I've heard from people who identify as gay. What have I missed? Hang on, let me come back. Oh, let me come back. I would love a kebab. Fuck, I would love a kebab right now. I don't need one. I had a big dinner, but I had Domino's, but fuck, I want a kebab, dude. This is why I'm worried about my body image, because I keep wanting to eat all the cute shit. Kebabs are shut. I'm not shocked. Wait. But yeah, I am a demon. I'm a succubus, technically. Because I suck your soul out through your dick, generally speaking. Succubus. Mentioning halal, there is a survivor food company that sells all American survival supplies. Asked if their food comes in halal. Surprise, no. 24-hour kebabbery, a short drive from you. You're a bit too drunk to drive. Some loser said nothing tastes as good as Skinny Field, but it's like, bro, HSPs are right there. Fuck, you guys are killing me. God damn it. Stop making me want HSPs. Fuck. Also, 6 minutes. 4 minutes now. 4 minutes. That has nothing to do with anything. Don't worry about that. You don't need to worry about that. I want to bring up some of our other news. Since we're talking, I don't want to do heavy news. I mean, we've already done quite a bit of heavy stuff tonight, just discussion wise. I want to talk about. I want to go in here. I want to go on the Ask Transgender subreddit. I think there's another one. There's Ask Transgender and there's Ask_Transgender, and I don't know which is like the better of the two. Oh, okay, you're gonna do that, are you? I don't know which is like the better of the two, but there's like Ask Transgender and Ask Transgender. And I'm like, transgender questions, transgender answers. We're gonna go with the one with the more subscribers. You like my horns? Is there a term for non-binary ones? Mrs. L suggested drag queen persona. Do it! Fucking do it. At one point of doing Ace Incubus as Halloween. That sounds awesome. Hell yes. One was from Trans Meds. Oh, okay. I want to have a look at some of these. And just like, I just want to like pick a question and then like, let's talk about that question. Can we talk about how deeply traumatizing dysphoria is? Okay, I know this sub generally skews pre/fairly early transition, so apologies in advance if this doesn't really make sense or resonate, but something I've been thinking about recently is just how dysphoria still haunts me even though I'm not quite as dysphoric anymore. I spent a long time knowing I was trans but not being able to transition due to my parents. To make an extraordinarily long story extraordinarily short, this just meant sitting with my dysphoria and not being able to do anything about it for most of my life. I originally didn't realize this impacted me, and if I would admit it, I would say it did make me the strong person I am today. I think that's what that's supposed to say. Since it drove me to study and fight so much harder so I could be more independent sooner. The further I get into transition, the more I'm realizing that this wasn't true and that I wasn't and am still not okay. This hit me a few weeks ago when I woke up in the morning with this raw, inexplicable fear in the back of my head that if I were to look in the mirror, I would see that I had never really transitioned at all. I was terrified that I would see the body that was so wrong and caused me so much anguish. But when I hauled myself out of bed to get ready for my day and finally looked in the mirror, I felt a quiet sigh of relief with what I saw because I'm not exactly proud of my body or like super happy with it or anything. I'm content or more or less comfortable. But still, that moment of fear stuck with me, and clouded the rest of my day despite being disproved. When I thought about this more, I sort of realized that it wasn't actually an isolated incident for me. Like, one of my biggest worries is that I'll fuck up my injections and won't be able to properly suppress my T levels, so I'll end up masculinizing. While this is a somewhat more real and rational threat than me somehow waking up to find my transition was just a dream, I'm fairly certain it's rooted in a fear of going back to where I was before back to where I was before because I'm scared of falling back under the suffering of dysphoria. God, the grammar and the editing. People, please edit and grammarize your posts. Even when dysphoria is lessened to the point it doesn't seriously limit my life, its echoes still seem to haunt me. I still feel myself reeling from the experience and bracing for myself for its return. While I'm not a doctor or therapist or anything of that sort, I can't help but feel this points to dysphoria as being an almost traumatic experience, especially for a child who are faced entirely alone. We seem to treat dysphoria as a physical condition, as something that can be cured through transition, but I wonder if we've missed some part along the way. Even if we could perfectly cure dysphoria, the harm it brought never totally left. What part of transition is this?
You are too kind.
Hey, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting Sammy a sub. Is this what people mean by moving on, and if so, how do you even do this? Does it get easier with time? What are our thoughts? This is an interesting thing to consider, actually, because I feel as though, like, this may be one of those things that I honestly can't, as a trans person, I can't separate my body dysphoria from my my body dysmorphia from my gender dysphoria, right? Like, I look at it and I'm like, realistically speaking, these two things are inseparable. But yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. It's like it lingers like PTSD, and I think I think in a way it definitely is. You know, I think it certainly is a form of PTSD because, well, I don't want to diminish those who deal with PTSD, but this is the problem, is like a lot of people deal with trauma in different ways, and a lot of people experience trauma in various ways. And a lot of people feel like their trauma is not applicable because it's not as severe as, like, you know, I've got trauma for various reasons, but like I didn't go and fight a war in Afghanistan, so clearly I can't have PTSD because I didn't go and do that really serious thing that created a bunch of serious deep trauma. But I think we can still have that same level of trauma associated with this particular kind of thing. Cool, look, thank you, Floaty. I'm glad you like it. As a neurodivergent person, I feel its existence itself is kind of inherently traumatic. And I mean, that's really it, isn't it? Like, it's not traumatic, but I mean, I'd feel like every existence is in some way traumatic, unless you're extremely privileged. And even then, there probably comes different trauma with that. But yeah, existence is traumatic, neurodivergence or otherwise. All that changes is awareness of it. And being aware of that allows you to cope with it better. Seems like if you break your back, a surgery might fix it, but you still need to deal with the psychological issues. Yeah, I will say, I haven't done that exactly, but I've pulled my back on deadlift on at least one occasion so severely that it put me out of work for at least a few weeks. And even once I was back from being off that few weeks, I was still dealing with a lot of severe pain that made me so weak. Like, I couldn't do anything for a good long while there. And that still racks my brain.
You are too kind.
Oh my god. I just got gifted 20 subs.
You are too kind. You are too kind.
I'll take this kind of alert spam. Fuck.
You are too kind.
Holy shit. Fuck. Thank you so much.
You are too kind.
Anonymous gifter. It's a love raid. I'll fucking take it.
You are too kind.
Oh, why? I don't know, Corda. Why? That's a good question. Why did I just get 20 gifted subs anonymously? Fuck.
You are too kind.
Who's got some subbies? Let's read the list.
You are too kind.
Anonymous gifter, thank you so kindly for gifting a sub to Futzable, Dungeon Drenga, Lumi Cake, Ladyboy the Royal Torturer, Jordan Rasco, Queen Laura 90, B Quam, Luminous Knight, Kaylin Blaze, Dancing with Doge, Le Crab Cakes, Curiouser and Curiouser 78, Thea Thorborg, Themboification, Scarlet 1R, IA Azuli, I'm not sure if that's an I or La Azuli, but Kiwi, Jester's Kidding, Maya Rose 75, and Riot Girl Carly. Thank you so kindly for all those subs. Holy shit, there was my cat. That was fucking
You are too
crazy. Kind. Oh my god. I saw the alerts pop up and I was like, oh shit. Is it a hate raid? It's not a hate raid. Holy fuck.
You are too kind.
That's Smudge. Smudge is my little tuxedo. He's great.
You are too kind.
I really need to get him a new collar. That's like a little collar with the little bow tie, and get him a tag.
You are
I'm going to get him one eventually. I've just been incredibly lazy with doing it. I want to get him a really light
You are too kind.
Tag, because last time I got him a little name tag, it was a particularly heavy one. It was meant for dogs. I think, and it was like dragging his neck a little bit. Oh, holy shit! Fuck, that threw me. I'm not even sure what we were talking about. Can we see Cat if he comes back in? Hang on. Come on, get up here. Come on, do it. Do the thing. Get up. There he is. There he is. Hang on. Do it again. Come on. Do it again. Come on. Come on, do it. He's not doing it. Here he is. Here he is. Hello. Boingy cat. Hello. Him baby. Alright. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Okay. We were talking about how simply transitioning isn't a cure-all for the trauma of not being the right gender. Yeah, and then we started extrapolating to other trauma. I mean, I still feel it. I genuinely have dreams of waking up and looking in the mirror, and it's basically the inverse of the dreams I used to have when I was a kid. Right? So when I was a teenager, I used to have these dreams of waking up and looking in the mirror, and there's a girl there. Or going to school. Like, I'd wake up and get dressed and get ready and go to school, and then I'd get to school and like, why are people treating me differently? And then I'd look at myself and I'd be like, oh, I'm wearing a skirt. And then I'd go and look in the public bathrooms or whatever, you know, the public toilets. Go in, look in the mirror. It's like, oh my God, I'm a girl. You know, I would have those moments. I would have those dreams. And at the time they were kind of scary, but also exciting because it was like, I knew that was what I wanted back when I was a teenager. I knew I wanted to transition back when I was a teenager, but I didn't have the words for it. I didn't understand what I was going through. I thought it was something I would just get over, and I hid it. I suppressed it because a lot of the reason was, you know, mainly the media. Like, mainly it was the fact that, you know, South Park and The Simpsons and Silence of the Lambs. Like, I watched that when I was very young. Like, a lot of the media that I was introduced to as a kid sort of really attacked this idea of men in dresses and makeup. And they're raping and stealing the skin of women. Like, all of that shit, you know. Back then, transphobia has been trendy for a while. You know, let's be real with ourselves. Transphobia has been trendy for a while. So I sort of, like, painted that picture in my head of, like, what I was feeling was unnatural and wrong, and I should have been ashamed of it, so I repressed it. So I've still got a lot of trauma associated with that specifically. And nowadays, I have these nightmares that are inverse of those dreams I had where I would, you know, in the dream, I'd wake up and be a girl. Now in the dreams, I fear I'm going to wake up and all of this has been a dream the entire time. And I'm going to wake up as a man and it never happened and all of that. And at least I have to say to myself, this feels real. I have to say to myself, this is real. This is my life now. I'm not losing this. You know, this is my life. This is who I am. This is my identity. And I'm not going to sacrifice this. And having the confidence to say all those things. Hello, darling. Helps a lot with that trauma personally. I'd like to hear from you folks if you do have like any sort of dysphoria related trauma or anything of that nature. If you wake up as a man, you can just do it all over again. I mean, I won't lie, and I will say, like, if I woke up one day and I was that 15-year-old boy again, I would go to my mum immediately and be like, listen, I need to talk to my doctor. I'm a girl. You know, I'm transgender. I need to sort this out now. Like, if I woke up and the last 16, 17 years, it turned out to be a dream, I would go and say it. But the thing is, by the same token, I'm like, I know my life as it is now. I've lived my life as I've lived my life now, and I'm not unhappy with who I am, with how I exist. I'm not unhappy with my life history to this point. Well, there are a lot of problems with my own personal history where I'm just like, I wish that never happened. I have trauma associated with this, that, and the other. And in a lot of ways, that's gender stuff, of course. But, you know, it's hard to say that if I woke up tomorrow and I was a 15-year-old kid again, that I wouldn't just, restart, But do I necessarily want that restart is the thing. Not necessarily. Don't believe I have experienced dysphoria. If anything, I've felt more feminine than masculine in some ways, but that's as far as it's gone. I still identify as male, but a lot of hypermasculinity you haven't aspired to. And I feel like that's good, Reminds me of the thing I've told you folks before about the story of like my therapist asking me, what does a woman feel like? What does it feel like to be a woman? What does it mean to you to be a woman? What is a woman kind of thing, that whole thing. And I feel more now that I still can't really describe it. I still can't really put it into proper words. But that feels more comfortable to me the idea that I can't just say, oh, a woman is this, 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 and this set of stereotypes. Whereas when I was masquerading as male, a lot of those stereotypes felt so much more obvious to me. Like, a lot of those stereotypes, I could just knock them out. But it feels so much better now to be able to basically say, you know what, my gender is whatever I am. And I don't need to categorize it. But my prior gender, I very well could categorize it. And that strict notion made it feel more disconnected and clinical. Like it wasn't really my thing. It was just this thing I was observing and then mimicking. You know. Trauma's kicking your ass horribly right now. Roommate is still in there. Oh, I'm so sorry, folks. I am going to hypnotize him. Hello. Gender dysphoria has overwhelmingly been in the dissociative dysphoria. My dysphoria didn't typically manifest as revulsion or pain, but as a feeling of separation from myself or not quite real or present. Well, that's interesting. I think I understand what you mean. I'm trying to be more okay with not passing because I don't really think it's fair that trans people are expected. I agree. As someone who tries her best to pass, I still agree that passing is stupid. I do think it's unfair to expect trans people to just pass. I know of Willow. I've been in a stream a couple of times. But yeah, like it is unfair to trans people that we are expected to just do our best to fit that specific gender stereotype. I will say that of Babbling Goat, actually, that as masculine as he is in certain ways, he's a transgender man who does like really, really good makeup. He wears makeup, which is a thing that a lot of people would stereotypically not associate with masculinity. And that's the thing, is like, I'm reminded of this tweet ContraPoints tweeted, where it's like, I'm not non-binary, but I'm not the most binary person in the world. You know, which she then deleted. But, you know, that really rings true to me. It's like, I'm a trans woman. I am effectively a binary trans woman. But I'm not the most binary trans. I'm not really very strict with how my gender role is performed. And I think that really rings true of a lot of people, trans or cis. You know, we put so much stock in the idea of being a man or a woman, particularly in our modern society. We put so much stock in those stereotypes. But realistically speaking, so many of us don't even fit those, you know. We were talking about how I never really feel like a man, but I can't say I feel like a woman either. Well, yeah, like you could be non-binary yourself, Dis, or you could be agender, or you could be exploring something that you're not really quite familiar with. You might not have a label for it, is the thing. You might not need a label for it. You know? Dysphoria to me felt less like I hate my body, I hate my clothes, and more like I feel like a ghost. I think I can understand that. I think I get that vibe. Makeup is just fashion. Yeah, exactly. Like, the modern age, makeup has been largely appropriated by women, but men have been wearing makeup for ages. Men have been wearing, like, lacy tights for ages. Men have been wearing dresses for ages. Like, men were wearing big, floofy, powdered wigs for a good while there. Like, the whole thing, gender is fucking bullshit, dude. Like, that's a load of nonsense. We made it up, but so many people get so invested in this idea of what gender is today, based on, you know, modern preconcepts of it, that they can't fathom this idea that gender is anything but. They can't fathom this. Like, if you talk about the fact that, you know, men used to get around in powdered wigs and tights and dresses and makeup and high heels and all those kinds of things, their version of masculinity, the men you talk to about that sort of thing, if you say, oh, well, men used to dress like this, men used to do these things, men used to do those things, it's like, but all of those things are now womanly. What do you say to that? To their mind, they would point to a different historical version of masculinity that might specifically fit their modern interpretation. So like warrior types, you know, or like war chief types, or something like that, you know. Like they tend to often point to types of masculinity that specifically makes sense when you not contrast them, when you compare them with modern masculinities. It's all about aggression and all that kind of thing. There was a point in time centuries ago where men could hold hands in some cultures too. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. It's bizarre how gender works. Gender makes no sense. Gender makes no fucking sense. Excuse me. I can't believe it. Fucking 20 gifted subs. That still blows my mind. What the fuck? Why do you base your lifestyle on your sexuality / gender? How do you justify basing your entire lifestyle on hate? I mean, that's an okay comeback. But I'm just gonna say this. The people who say this thing, why do you base your lifestyle on your sexuality, gender? The people who say that kind of thing already base their own lifestyle on their sexuality and gender. The people who are like, oh, you know, why do the gays have to shove their sexuality? Why do they make their sexuality their entire thing, their entire personality? And then those same people will go on and on about the things they would do to some woman they see walking past. I'm talking about men, of course, specifically. But I've seen women with these exact same attitudes. You know, there are so many people who do not realize their own sexuality and gender plays such a huge part in their own personalities. And they project that onto queer people because they're uncomfortable with queerness. You know, specifically because it's a sexuality or it's a gender that they do not understand. It doesn't fit their very specific, very strict binary worldview. They think only heterosexuals should exist and only men and women should exist. You know, and men should only be fucking women, women should only be fucked by men. You know, that's their worldview. You love the makeup? Thank you, Rissy. Cis-het women also suck majorly as a trans mask. I mean, yeah, I've met plenty of cis women. I've met plenty of cis women who, yeah, again, are pretty toxic in a number of ways. You know, no one can escape their own toxicity. I think I'm a pretty toxic person in a number of ways as well. Did I hear when Ben Shapiro was told about different cultures, even the same cultures at different times had different gender standards? He was like, it doesn't matter if the Scottish wore skirts. What matters is they had different standards for men and women, which is ludicrous. Pretty much every indigenous culture had culturally recognized non-binary genders and proper societal roles for them. Oh yeah. It's not a new thing. Like, none of this is new. It's kind of wild and crazy. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna say, I posted something in my Discord. I think. Where did I post it? I think it was in my newsroom, which is honestly just saturated by Soul Reaper posting Aussie politics. But, you know, I was gonna cover this story about Trump's anti-sex worker campaign, but I think it was right around the time I posted that. Twitch streamers, no. Oh, is this the one? No, that's not the one. I posted something in here, I'm sure of it. Let me find it. Which relates to this very specific topic. My room's a vibe. Thank you, Space Cadet Sam. Mommy? I could be mommy. Where is it? I can't remember. No, not One Nation's Ignorance in Education bill. Fucking hell, Reaper, you've flooded my newsroom and I can't find this anymore. There was an article I linked in the newsroom. I can't find. Maybe I need to limit like the discussion in the newsroom or something. Fuck. At any rate, there was a story that I was reading the other day about queer history, and I'm going to have to go and find it now, and about how so many people misinterpret or just outright flatly deny the existence of trans, gay, lesbian, bisexual, and like gender fluid, non-binary people, etc., 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 going back through history. Like, we've always existed in some capacity. I think the word transgender didn't exist until like the last 10, 20 years or so, but transgender people have always existed in some capacity. It's just the language has changed around them as time has moved on, you know. Toxic as fuck. I often talk about hating everyone, but largely it's mainly mainstream, self-centered, heteronormative, conventional shit. Have a lot of time for those who have genuinely struggled, queer or otherwise. Well, yeah, exactly. And like, I genuinely, I have some very toxic attitudes, I won't lie. There are a lot of things I have said and done. I've made some hot takes, and I'm not going to apologize for them, because fuck that shit, but still. Today needs to be made into an artwork. I need to apply with my... Oh! You mean like this? Hang on. I mean, I can't really be applying Dark Moon Blade. I don't have magic. I don't have literal magic, but, you know. Hang on. Come on, get out of the way. No. Hang on, we gotta do the screen cap with a flex. Stay there. Move, Smudge, you're in the way. Get out of the way. There can be only Abby. Okay. Let me fix my camera. You could probably take a clip of that or a screenshot of that and then edit it so that I've got Dark Moon Blade going on there. Trust, I love Dark Moon Blade. I wish it wasn't so painfully hard to get in both Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Is it in 2? I think it's in Dark Souls 2. Hang on. Has to be. I think it is. That's a thumbnail. I don't think it does, actually. Maybe it doesn't. No, really? Holy shit, Dark Souls 2 does not have Dark Moon Blade. What the fuck? Sorry, now I'm distracted. You've got me on Dark Souls stuff. Congratulations. Thank you. Stop messing with my sexuality. I keep telling myself that I'm not into muscles. You're not into muscles? Really? Like... that's really weird. Because Miyazaki didn't work on 2. Yeah, but there was a lot of carryovers from Dark Souls 1 to 2. Oh, fuck. But yeah, I suppose... You know what sucks, though, about Dark Souls 2? Is there's a lot of things that are really good in Dark Souls 2, honestly. Like Twin Blades, the weapon Twin Blades, for example, that don't carry over to Dark Souls 3. Which they changed Twin Blades to mean twin weapons. But I liked, like, the blade staff thing, which is coming back in Elden Ring, thankfully. It seems like, at least. We've seen a screenshot and at least a bit of footage of a twin blade, so... Or a blade staff, whatever you want to call it. Keen as fuck for Elden Ring. I'm an evil sword lesbian. Not even natural muscles. No, all synthol, baby. And that's why Dark Souls 2 is the inferior one. And yeah, Gwendolyn is a trans icon. I agree. Do you folks refer to Gwendolyn as he or she? Elden Ring when? January. January 22nd. I can't wait. Is it January 22nd? 21st. January 21st. It's like just over 3 months. 4 months? It's September, October, November, December, January. Sorry, I'm just like, fuck. Gwendolyn is a they until all doubt is removed. I mean, like, this is the thing. Like, Gwendolyn is referred to as he in Dark Souls 1, but the lore also states that he was raised female, was raised as a daughter, which is really confusing. Also, Gwendolyn has breasts. I don't know if you noticed this. They're not prominent, but they're not huge. But Gwendolyn's got tits. It's worth noting that, you know, Gwendolyn's rocking a set. So, I mean, gods. Gwendolyn also has snakes for legs, like Gwendolyn is also an illusion sorceress. So the whole thing, I'm not referring to Gwendolyn as a thing, but like the whole shebang with Gwendolyn is all over the place. But I mean, I personally consider Gwendolyn a trans icon. But the weird thing is, though, let's talk about this for a second. This is the difficulty I have with Gwendolyn, is that Gwendolyn was born male, but raised as a daughter. Which would technically mean, arguably, assigned female at birth, despite being male. Do you get what this is where it gets confusing. Again, still consider Gwendolyn a trans icon, but it's worth considering that Gwendolyn, raised as a daughter, technically assigned female at birth, or assigned female through childhood, or whenever this happened. Dark Souls lore is weird. I don't know what that whole situation is, what that family dynamic is. You got clawed. Oh no. Snake legs means not thighs. This is true. Historical vibes of Dark Souls also has the effect of historians seeing explicitly queer content and going, we just don't know. Which is an interesting consideration. It's up to Gwendolyn how to decide they identify. Which is strange. It's very strange. And then you consider the fact that in Dark Souls 3, Gwendolyn's own niece refers to Gwendolyn as uncle, I think. Let me think. Yorshka. What's the relationship? I'm pretty sure Yorshka is... Or elder brother? Elder brother. Yeah. Hang on. It was Gwyn's last born in DS1 and Gwyn has been in No Sheep to Father. Okay. I don't know. Look, Dark Souls lore, the families, the whole thing is weird. It makes no sense. Don't try to make sense of it. Game you love called Warframe has a trans woman character called Tika whose gender actually interacts with the bizarre deep future culture they exist in. That's cool. That's cool. Instead of just yay trans, yay rap. She's trans, yay rap. That's cool though. That's cool. They were just really good friends who never married and lived together. Should head out, you're dead tired, but you need to work and it's hard to concentrate. Have a good one off. Thank you so kindly for hanging out. Also doesn't pass. There you go. It also used to be a thing in the 20th century that some parents raised boys as girls for the first few years as a coping mechanism for not getting a daughter. Excuse me. That's weird. Oh, Dark Souls is weird, but it also has distant nods to the manga series Berserk. Distant nods? The whole series is a massive Berserk reference. I need to read more Berserk though. Like I'm well aware of all the connections to Berserk, and quite specifically, a lot of people have also made comparisons. You're being subtle. Okay, I missed that. It's nearly It's nearly midnight. It is rather interesting. Like people are now making the same kind of comparisons to Berserk's illustrations, and specifically the Erd tree from Elden Ring rings very similar to some tree thing in Berserk, some illustration. I need to read more of it. I know it's got like nearly 500 episodes, chapters, whatever it is. Oh my!
You are too kind. You are too kind.
What's going on?
You are too kind. You are too kind.
Yo, I'm gonna cry. Fuck.
You are too kind.
I swear I had an alert set up for more than 5 subs, by the way.
You are too kind.
That's supposed to trigger instead of you are too kind. It's supposed to be like if you gift so many subs, you get a special alert. I need to make it a special alert. Anonymous gifter, you gifted a sub to Silver Silky Oak, so Shorty the Tall, Forks are Free, Zero Comma, Flubbergut, Tulifran, Humoresque 7, Hitokiri Kitten, Sparrowhawk TV, and Alan Drax. Thank you so kindly.
kind.
Oh my god. Let me have a look at this. I haven't played Warframe. So I've got no context for it. So ticker doesn't pass. I'm not sure what that means in the context of someone who's wearing all this armor, but you know. Oh my god. I'm assuming that's the same person. I'm just going to assume that's the same person. Guts is what I try to think of when faced with overwhelming odds in life. I mean, unironically, I've talked about this a few times before. Friend's doing a Kickstarter. Oh yeah, go ahead, Diz. Go ahead. Sorry, I did see that, but I think I missed it. Sorry, with everything going on. Guts, honestly, like the whole struggler thing, with Guts, you know, Guts is the struggler, or the struggling one, or whatever, referred to as that by the Skull Knight. I know that much. I've seen the Golden Age arc movie trilogy from like 2016 or whatever it was. That was really good. But I haven't seen any of the other media, and I've only read the first chapter of the actual saga. So I need to actually go back and read the whole series of Berserk. And I will. I would like to actually order the books, because I know you can get the books that look really nice. There's a series of published works. But anyway, I really, honestly, the messages of like struggling and when faced with overwhelming odds and like perseverance, those messages that can be conferred by Berserk are the messages I learned from Dark Souls. You know, I've realized that a lot of what I deal with in life can be persevered through, can be struggled through, and, you know, faced with overwhelming odds, there are ways to get through those things. And that's why I keep pushing with the things that I do keep pushing for in life. I know it sounds silly, but I do attribute a lot of that perseverance that I do have, which is not a whole lot, honestly, to Dark Souls. It taught me a lot of those lessons. In ways that other, you know, people throughout life have not been able to teach me, for example. Why is Attack on Titan not called Attack of Titan? I mean, honestly, the name Attack on Titan is just so iconic. I can't imagine it being Attack of Titan by comparison. I suppose because, you know, I haven't watched Attack on Titan. I wouldn't mind watching it, though. It sounds pretty good. A lot of what I've heard about it is, you know, they're still attacking the Titans. It's just more of a defensive measure. The perseverance you attribute... Yeah, that's what I mean, Crab. Is like, I think it's the same vibe. Like, it's, you know, the Dark Souls perseverance and the perseverance of Guts in Berserk. It's like, it's the same kind of thing, you know. You keep getting put down in Dark Souls and you get back up and you try again over and over again. The humans are doing the Attack on Titan, yeah, I suppose. It's probably a direct translation. But honestly, like, I love when certain anime... I haven't seen many anime in my life. Many animes. I don't know how you would describe it. But, you know... many of the anime translations of titles that I've heard, or at least a few of them, like Attack on Titan, tend to have like really cool sounding names in English, which intrigues me more to watch them. I'm just really lazy. There are a few in particular that I really want to watch, actually, on that note, that I've just never gotten around to. Attack on Titan being one of them, Sword Art Online being one of them, One Punch Man, let me think, Ghost in the Shell, also, I want to watch the Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex series. I've watched bits and pieces of it, but not all of it. Akira, yeah, that's a good one. There's a few others. I'll make a list. I'll make a list at some point. Cowboy Bebop, I've heard is good. But yeah, I've never really gotten into anime, so I've never really focused on it. But, you know, I've been watching Avatar lately. I'm getting into Avatar Legend of Korra now, before it goes off Netflix really soon. And I know that's not anime, that is an American animation. But having watched Avatar The Last Airbender and now watching Korra, I'm like, I kind of want to watch particularly the more notable anime, but not like the really long form, like 700 episode things. Like, fuck off with that shit, please. You know, I don't have the time to watch 7 billion episodes of an anime, thank you. But I'll watch the ones that are like a good solid series of like 3 or 4 seasons or whatever, you know. Fist of the North Star and X are old but good. I've heard good things about Fist of the North Star. There were no more seasons. One of the biggest issues with getting into anime is that I can't remember the names of shows. Like, someone will tell me the premise and it sounds interesting, but the Japanese name just doesn't stick in my brain. Well, yeah, that's true. That would be weird. Yeah, Avatar is definitely very anime for a Western animation. It really is. Like, and I think you can really tell that anime played a significant influence on Avatar: The Last Airbender specifically, in the way that they were designing that show. You can't define anime in a way that excludes Avatar and doesn't define it out of existence. Well, the main interpretation of anime that I have heard, the main definition is Japanese animation, right? So specifically animation that comes out of Japan, whereas Avatar is an American series. But yeah, it's a whole discussion that I'm not really a part of as someone who's not super in the fan base, I suppose. But yeah, like, I mean, you don't have to be a purist, exactly. And yeah, Uncle Iroh, am I right? Holy shit. I literally cried at the end of Last Airbender. It was that level of good. It was so emotionally overwhelming. I loved it. R.I.P. voice actor for Iroh, which I know they replaced the voice actor, and you can tell, I can tell. Didn't artists from Japan publicly say that Avatar is anime? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Once you start categorizing and defining these things, it becomes complicated. Leaves from the Vine, yeah. That was a whole... Yep. Oh yeah, no Korra spoilers, because yeah, still going through that one, but I've watched all of Last Airbender. Atla. Now I'm watching Alok. Like fragile tiny shells. Is Kappa Mikey anime? What's that? Can't say what made you scream. Oh gosh. Oh. It was a good experience to finally have actually watched that. Oh, very good series. Incredibly good series. I cannot wait for Netflix to absolutely butcher it. I am sorry, but Netflix hasn't had a good track record with these things. I'm not holding out much hope. Even if they get the casting right, I'm just not holding out much hope. I'm just not gonna watch music videos or anything of the sort on YouTube. Honestly, I'm just not gonna do any of those kind of things anymore. How much of Korra? I think we're up to episode 4. I think I'm up to episode 4-ish. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I think we're pretty much at the tail end of stream now. So, I think what I am gonna do of series 1. Yes, of series 1. Sorry. Yeah, so there's 4 seasons of Korra, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I'm at the tail end here. I am gonna send you on to somebody, and then I'm gonna dip, cause I'm tired, and I would like to get some rest, I think. So I'm gonna send you on to maybe not Binding of Isaac. How about I send you on to Hometown Green, who's doing some Sekiro. Since we were on the subject of things that reference... So no, we did like one subreddit post, but like... Oh, we'll do the subreddit talk tomorrow or something. Or whenever I get time, we'll chat about making a subreddit. We're going to raid Hometown Green. I should be live tomorrow at the usual time. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. You've all been lovely. I love your faces. And yeah, I think there's a bunch of news stories that I didn't really cover tonight, but honestly, tonight was a wonderful stream. Thank you all so much. It's been tremendous. I love you all too, by the way. I love you all. Be kind to yourselves and each other. I'll see you when I'm looking at you. And I'm pretty sure that's not how I normally do my outro. Anyway, if you've not already, please follow my social medias, which are my Twitter, join my Discord if you would like to. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, trying to get to 1,500 subscribers, which is not far off. I'm at 1,470. Follow me on Instagram. I do have a Facebook page that I semi-regularly post to, but not really all that often. And TikTok is the same kind of situation. I'm trying to figure out posting to TikTok more often. I want to post more on there. Anyway, I need to get these fucking earrings off. They're pissing me off. Have a good one, folks. I'll see you when I'm looking at you. Have fun. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to Hometown Green, who's wearing a weeb either headband or beanie. I'm not sure what she's wearing. Anyway, I'll see you later. You can't see my face anymore. Bye.